$1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS-62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS-62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European Bancorp, where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS-63s, folks. Now, the MS-63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS-65. You know, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS-63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899p's for you in MS-63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is an 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles. Even though they only struck 2 examples, they didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS-63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the great European Bancorp. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles MS-62s. Again, half down today for an MS62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS63s. $3,995. Half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's in 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS62 and MS63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS62. Take a look at these, MS62 and an MS63. For comparison, I also have an MS60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty Double Eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you sent this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS-62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS-62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS-62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS-63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the two leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS-60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS-60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS-65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS-65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS-65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS-62 and MS-63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25–30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is... Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredible introductory offer for all you folks watching today. If you're a collector or non-collector, this is a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of a series that is just exploding in popularity. The Franklin and Kennedy half dollars are so popular, so universally admired by more and more collectors with every passing month. When you think about it, folks, this was the last era where the U.S. struck half dollars for circulation. The Franklin half dollars were struck entirely in 90% silver. The first year the Kennedys were struck in 90% silver, and that's the largest denomination you can own. And when you look on PCGS and NGC websites, you'll see more half dollar collectors for the Franklins and Kennedys than any other half dollar series. There isn't even a close second. My third edition just came out, folks, of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guide by Whitman Books. It's over 300 pages now. It's expanded to 320 pages, 32 more pages than the second edition. It's got the history of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's got mintages. It's got retail values. It's got a section, folks, on record prices, because there have been so many record prices in these series since my second edition. You know, if you're going to start out collecting either one of these series, I want you to start off on the right foot. I've got 2 Kennedy half dollars today that are guaranteed to get you started off on the right foot. It's the first year of issue of the Kennedy half dollar in proof condition, 1964. The Kennedy half dollar, folks, came about because in November of 1963, John F. Kennedy was tragically assassinated. There was some emergency legislation passed, and it was decided they commemorate the late president on the half dollar for the year 1964. So the Franklin half dollar series came to a premature end, and the demand for this new Kennedy half dollar was so extraordinary. The entire country was riveted by this event. This was the first assassination in the history of TV where a president died. The whole country was tuned in. And so when the Mint announced that they were going to have this Kennedy half dollar, the demand was through the roof. And so they were in a great rush to issue these coins in proof condition. And in January of 1964, in this very short time, they actually began to release these proof sets with the Kennedy half dollar in it. And I remember going to my local coin shop when I heard about this, and the place was packed. I could barely get through the door. And the sets, while the original issue price was about, I think it was $2.10 from the Mint, before long, the sets were selling for $20, almost 10 times the original issue price. Now, what makes the 64 Kennedy so special, it was the only issue struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. After 1964, they shut the Philadelphia Mint down as far as proof making goes, and they transferred the proof making to the San Francisco Mint for the Kennedy half dollar. So the 64 is a unique coin. It's a one-year type coin. And there are 2 very special coins in the 1964 Kennedy year. The Mint, in record time, began striking these 1964 proof Kennedys in January of 1964. And after they had struck about 100,000 examples, they called Mrs. Kennedy and they asked her if she could please inspect this new Kennedy half dollar design. She did not like the design detail in her husband's hair, and she asked if they could rework that detail. What she didn't like specifically were the hair strands you see above her husband's ear there. There's some prominent V-shaped strands above her ear, and she asked if they could remove those and change the accents in her husband's hair. So they made those changes. They immediately stopped the presses. After only about 100,000 were struck, they stopped the presses, and they completely redesigned the hair detail. When they then began striking the Kennedy half dollar again, you could see the noticeable, obvious difference. It's a major variety because you could easily see it with your naked eye. And that's basically the definition, folks, between a major variety and a minor variety. A minor variety, you have to take a magnifying glass to see. This, you can see with your naked eye. You can look at it, you say, wow, that's an accented hair, you know? And so it's an important major historic die variety. Now, not only is the mintage an incredibly low mintage, they only struck about 100,000. The fact is, a lot of those coins were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981, because back in those days, nobody really paid any attention to the Kennedy half dollars. And when you had silver going for almost $50 an ounce, there were a lot of dealers who were actually cutting out these proof half dollars, quarters, and dimes and sending them to the smelters to get them melted down for their silver. And so you had 100,000 originally struck. Probably at least 30 to 40,000, maybe even more, were melted down, leaving perhaps 50 to 60,000 coins. On top of that, the quality of the accented hair is by far the worst in the Kennedy half dollar series. You have to understand the Mint was well aware of the fact that there was an incredible demand for these new coins. And so they rushed them out, and they cut corners as far as quality control. And one of the procedures in making a proof coin is supposed to be a coin that's prepared under highly polished dies. They're slowly struck. The coins are individually handled, so they're not allowed to abrade it with any other coins. They're supposed to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. However, in the rush to get these out, one of the procedures was to wash the coin blanks in a soap solution, just get them as clean as possible, then wash that soap solution off the blanks. And then they go in for striking, where they're struck under about 200 tons of pressure. And then once struck, while coins struck for commerce are dumped into bins, these proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with other coins. However, in the case of the accented hair, again, in this rush to get the coins out, one of the things that they really didn't pay much attention to was that soap residue. They put these blanks in the soap solution, and they typically did not wash all that soap residue off the blank. So when that blank went into the die with about 200 tons of pressure, at that point the residue was struck into the coin, became a part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen examples that have obvious abrasion from something like a Brillo pad where they try to just rub that spot off the coin. It's still there. I mean, the coin has all kinds of scratches on it, but the spotting is still there. I just bought this group, folks, of accented hairs, and any accented hair is worth an incredible premium. There's dealers here selling them for almost $200. They're ungradable because of all the spots, but they still want almost $200 for them because they're rare in any condition. They have tremendous, tremendous absolute rarity. I just bought these, folks, and I paid a hefty premium for these sets that had some accented hair Kennedys in them. And I bought them, and I got to inspect them, and every one is so typical of an accented hair. Here's one. I'm just going to cut it out here, hand it to Sasha so you could see them. Here's how here's how the sets were issued. They came in these envelopes, as you see here, very simple envelopes, and they were encased in cellophane, each coin in its own compartment. And of course, there would be this little letter in each one of these envelopes, and it says here, and this is from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint, if there should appear what may seem to you a defect, it is no doubt a crease in the packing material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. In other words, if you found a defect, you can't send it back to them, okay? There is no return privilege on these. So you get this set, folks, and I bought these, and it's an original packaging right here as you see it. I'm going to do a couple of these for you, and they're all so typical of the accented hair. And I'll hand it off to Sasha. And this one actually is not too bad, but the spot is pretty obvious. Right in front of Kennedy's nose there. Right in front of his nose. It's a milk spot, soap residue. And you can see a lot of other smaller spots as well. I mean, there's a lot of really small little spots all over the coin. And those don't come off. I'm going to open one more for you. Here's another one. I'm just taking them off the top here. This one is even, you know, it's pretty amazing that the Mint would let these pass through like this. But, you know, that's, again, the quality control back then, it was not like it was today. This is a beauty. And there you can see them. Okay. So if you can get one of these accented hairs in any condition, to me, any accented hair, even the ones you just saw, are going to be $500 coins someday. What I have in this special, folks, I have 2 accented hair grades in this special, where you're going to get a free copy of this latest book. From Whitman, you're going to get the hardcover special library edition with this offer. And wait till you hear the price on these. I have 2 different accented hairs I'm going to offer to you in this introductory offer. One of the accented hairs is in proof 66. The other is in the highest grade I have of this extremely rare variety. I have a handful of examples in proof 68. Now, the other coin in the set, though, is equally as important because it's the second Kennedy they struck in 1964 after they discontinued the accented hair, and it's what they call the Type 2 variety, with those design detail changes. Now, they also had a lot of quality control issues with that variety as well. Milk spots are a huge problem, but they're just not as big a problem as with the accented hair. Folks, I want you to take a look at introductory offer number 1. Here's an accented hair Proof 66, which is an extraordinary grade for an accented hair. I have a comp here. Well, one dealer for a Proof 65 is asking $700. Set number 1, you're going to get the 2 Kennedy varieties from 1964, that most important year, the only year they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchen. In 1965, they reduced the silver content, folks, to 40%. This is a 1-year type coin. And the accented hair was the very first Kennedy struck. And what you're going to get in intro set number 1 is an accented hair in Proof 66. That is an extraordinary grade for this accented hair variety. I've got one dealer here. He wants $700 for a Proof 65, which is, you know, where the price should be for this key rare date. And then the second coin, that Type 2, after they made the design changes, is an extraordinary Proof 68. Proof 68. That is set number 1. Now, set number 2 is the best I have, and I've been specializing in these coins, again, since the early 1980s. I have a limited number of these with the accented hair in Proof 68 condition. This is essentially a perfect coin. There have only been a handful graded higher than Proof 68, folks. No spots, black mirrors, no hairlines. This is extraordinary. When you see the prices on these 2 sets, and the fact that you're getting the 3rd edition, the limited edition hand-signed library edition of the Franklin and Kennedy book. Look at that. It is like a modern proof. It's a jewel. And then the second variety is also a Proof 68. Flawless to the eye. Flawless to the eye. Now, the accented hair, folks, as far as putting a value on this, what I told you at the very beginning, this is a set that will get you started off on the right foot at the price I have at today. I'm a specialist in these coins. I get first crack on the best deals, and so I can pass it along to you and give you the best prices. Here's an accented hair. Again, a spotted example. It's not even gradable. It's a spotted example like the first couple you saw in our presentation. The dealer wants almost $200 for. Here's a Proof 65 that I spoke about earlier. $700 for a Proof 65. Here's a dealer for a Proof 66, a great price. A Proof 66, like you saw here, for $599, $600 for a Proof 66. That's just for the accented hair in Proof 66 condition. Now, Proof 68s, I've seen record prices now for these Proof 68. Since my 3rd edition came out, these coins are on fire, folks. Here's a dealer. He's got a Proof 68 he wants $1,300 for. Here's one, a Proof 68 that he's selling. This is a dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback, over 600 happy customers. A Proof 68 for the accented hair, $1,826. Now, the Type 2 variety, again, is not quite as rare. Not quite as rare, but here's a dealer asking for the Type 2 in Proof 68, $600 just for the Proof 68. Before I price them out, here's the total number certified of both varieties in Proof 68 condition. And there you see the total mintage of the Kennedy half dollar was 3,950,000 coins. Approximately 100,000 of those were the accented hair. Maybe 50, 60,000 have survived, meaning the Type 2 variety, about 3.8 million were struck. Now, in Proof 68 condition, the Type 2 variety, they've only graded about 13,000 examples in Proof 68. That's combined NGC and PCGS. The accented hair, folks, 2,088 coins. So you can see why dealers are asking those kinds of prices. And here you've got set number 1. My hardcover limited edition will be included in this set. The accented hair Proof 66 that other dealers are asking $600 for, The 64 in Proof 68, where one dealer is asking $600, I found one here that was only asking $350. That's $950 for the 2 coins, folks. I've got these sets. Call in now. $259 a set, and it will include the hardcover limited edition, the library edition, the special collector's edition that's signed and numbered by me. It's a $45 book. That's included in the package for $259. This is why at the very beginning of my presentation I said if you're a collector or if you're not a collector, this is a great time to begin collecting, to begin your collection of Kennedy half dollars. And now my ultimate set. My ultimate set, where again, you have a dealer asking over $1,800 for the Proof 68. You have one dealer asking $600, another $350 for the Proof 68. So that's over $2,100, folks, on the Proof 68 set. Now again, I have a limited number of these Proof 68 accented hairs, so this presentation is going to be ending very, very shortly. I cannot offer that many of these sets because of the limited number of these Proof 68s. I should also add, I have a limited number of the Proof 66s. I've only got about 100 of those. And it's taken me about 2 years to put the 66s together. The 68s, I only have about 20 of. Now, I originally offered this set, folks, with an accented hair in Proof 65 about a month ago. We sold out of those. They're gone, okay? These are the best I have. The 68 sets, folks, the Proof 68 sets, the accented hair and the Type 2, both in Proof 68 with the book, is not going to be $2,100. It's not going to be $1,900. It's not going to be even $1,500. It's not going to be $1,095. $749 for the set with the accented hair, Proof 68, the Type 2 Kennedy, Proof 68, the limited edition, not the softcover edition. The softcover is only $19.95. The limited edition, hardcover, hand-signed and numbered, the total package, $749. We are getting a lot of folks calling in on this opportunity, this collector's opportunity. Once again, I'm going to wrap this up. What I have today are the 2 most important Kennedys you could possibly own, among the 2 most important half dollars of the 20th century. The 2 Kennedy struck in 1964 in proof condition. The only Kennedy struck in proof condition on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint using the old minting technologies in those old flat pack packaging. It's a 1-year type set. They're extremely rare. And at this price, folks, they are a bargain of a lifetime in the Kennedy half dollar series. I've got the accented hair in Proof 66 in set number 1, Proof 66, and the Type 2 in Proof 68, where dealers are asking, just for the Proof 66 accented hair, are asking $600. And just for spotted examples that are not even gradable, they want $200 just for the accented hair, for heavily spotted examples. And here you're getting the entire set for only $259 with the hardcover, hand-signed limited edition. $259. We've got a lot of folks calling in on the accented hair, set number 1. People are asking if they can get more than one. Yes, you can get more than one. I should probably put a limit of it of 10 sets per caller because, again, I have a limited number of these accented hairs in Proof 66, so a limit of 10 sets per caller. Now, on this set number 2, I think I have to put a limit of 3 sets per caller because I only have about 20 of the accented hairs in Proof 68. And at this price, folks, it's $749 for the set with the limited edition and signed hardcover. $749. This is the greatest gift you can give yourself if you're a collector who wants something really special from the 20th century. This first year of issue of this 1964 Kennedy, in the condition I have these coins, at the price I have them for, it's a collector's dream come true. If you've never collected coins before, this is getting started off on the right foot. This is what I've been doing now, folks, since the early 1980s, building the finest collections for my clients. And this is what I'd like to do for you today. Thank you for watching. I hope you take advantage of this. It's a great, great opportunity. Thank you. From our Rare Collectibles TV family to yours, we wish you a happy and safe holiday. Coin show. Jackie's been working hard getting it. No, I want you to put more out there than that, Jackie. Yeah, this is magnificent. You folks got to see this. Yeah, I want that whole upper row with the 6 6s. And the same thing on the middle row, yeah. This is, I have been specializing in Mint-State Franklin since the early 1980s. I'm going to show you a coin that really changed the face of collecting when this coin appeared in auction about 20 years ago. Take a look at this coin here. It's 53S, MS66 full bell line. I've written several books on Mint State and Proof Franklins. I have not been able to offer as many Mint State Proof Franklins on my show as I would like, but I recently acquired a group of Mint State Franklins, 53Ss and 54Ss. This is the finest group of 53Ss and 54Ss I've ever seen. It is absolutely, it just blew my mind when I saw that, when I saw this collection. Now, I showed you this coin, folks. This is a full bell line. This is the rarest full bell line issue in the Franklin series. This coin made history because up until this coin, most dealers didn't know much about full bell line Franklins. You know, I had written books about them, but you know, the collectors loved the books. The collectors bought the books, but most dealers didn't pay any attention. So I had this 53S MS66 full bell line that I owned, and I sold it to a client. It was around for around $17,000. If you would have asked most collectors back then, well, $17,000 for a Franklin, that's crazy. That's crazy. The guy ripped you off. You paid way. There's no Franklin that's worth $17,000. You know, that would have been the typical reaction from a lot of dealers. But you know what I've learned is a lot of dealers kind of have tunnel vision. They've kind of got blinders on when it comes to areas of interest that they don't specialize in. I've never been that way. You know, when there's a new area of interest, when I see a coin that I don't know much about, but I think it has some merit, and I'm fascinated with it, you know, I learn about it. Like, whoa, not too long ago, we just had those beautiful reverse proof Truman dollars. I mean, that was really cool. You know, there's always something new and exciting in numismatics. This 53S that I sold to this client for $17,000. A couple of years later, he calls me back. He said, Rick, I bought this home in New England, and it's kind of Victorian era. And we want to remodel it, and I really need to raise some capital, some cash, to remodel this home. Would you be interested in buying your 53S back? I said, well, you know, I'd love to buy it back. I'd pay at least $25,000 for it. That's about a 50% profit for, you know, just a couple of years that you've owned the coin. Yeah, I mean, that's a good deal. But I told him, but you know, I'll be quite honest with you. If you put this coin in auction right now, this series is just beginning to really get hot. If you put it in an auction, put a reserve on it. Always, if you put an expensive coin in an auction, always put a reserve on it. Never let the auction company talk you into not putting a reserve on it. They do that because, you know, they want to be able to sell everything so they can make more money. But you always want to protect yourself and put a reserve on it. So I told him I recommended a couple major auctions that he should put it in. He put it in one of those auctions. I told him to put a reserve on it. I said, you do that, and I'll bet you get more than $30,000 for it. The coin went into auction, and the bidding went crazy. The coin ended up selling for $69,000. It made the headlines, first page of the Coin World, the next issue. Okay? $69,000. Here's one I bought just a couple of years ago for a client. This is a 6.5 FPL. And it's got some of the typical toning you see on Mint State Franklins. If you look at it up close, it's got a lot of speckly toning. I paid $33,000 for it. And in terms of eye appeal, it's not, not great. I'll be honest about it, but it's a 53S 6.5 FPL. I paid $33,000, which I think is probably a record for among dealers. Here's one that appeared in auction a few years back. Another 53S that sold for some $32,000. $32,200. This appeared in auction, and they mentioned me in describing this coin because they quoted me here where they mentioned me. In this the description of the coin, the 53S, legendary 1953S gem full bell lines Franklin half. Writing in 2002, they write here, Franklin half guru, that's nice to be called a guru, right? Franklin half guru Rick Tamaska said of this issue, now, ranking among the most significant rarities in 20th century coinage, this date seems to establish new price records on an annual basis. Like the 1927S Standing Liberty Quarter in full head, the 1945P Mercury Dime in full split bands, the 1953S Franklin in full bell lines is the key issue in its respective series. And it's turned out to be that way. It's an extremely rare coin. It's gotten so crazy that you see examples that are not even full bell line, but are just well struck, going for huge premiums. Here's one for $28.50, 90% full bell line. I've got several others here I'm going to show you. Here's one in MS66, not full bell line, MS66, but well struck, 10,800. Here's another MS66, very well struck, 12,700. Almost full bell line. They call it 90% full bell line. Here's one in MS65. 2,800. And I've got a 54S here in MS65. Here's a 54S, just a regular 6.5, $350. Now, the S-mints, those 53Ss and the 54Ss that are really well struck, go for those premiums because here's an example of what so many of the S-mints look like. The S-mints in the Franklin series, as with so many of the series, are the weakest struck date or the weakest struck mint in the series. Here you see a 54S. This is from a mint set, folks. That brown toning you see around the perimeter, that's mint set toning. But look at how flat it is over Franklin's ear there. There's no detail. It's completely flat. And if you looked at the reverse, it'd be flat as well. There'd be no detail on the reverse of the coin. So, virtually no detail. The toning you see, most of the Franklins from this era that are in gem condition come from these mint sets that were issued in cardboard envelopes like this. This is an original mint set. This one's dated 1955. It was shipped in May of 1955, although it's a 1954 mint set. And you open it up, and here's what the coins look like that 54S you saw. They all have this kind of toning, and usually it's not very attractive. This is actually better than average, but this is most of your Franklins from this era, when you find them in gem condition, are toned because they came from mint sets, like you see here. And these are the, this is probably the D-mints. The D-mint toning had its own kind of unusual toning, usually a speckled toning, and then you have the Philadelphia mint. You would get 2 of each issue in these mint sets. In other words, you get 2 54Ps, 2 54Ds, 2 54Ss in these original mint sets. And that's why most Mint State Franklins, and Jackie's here, Jackie, I'll give these to you, when you find them, even in 6/6 grade, are not all that attractive. And here I am, a specialist in Mint State Franklins, and I'm telling you, most of them aren't very attractive, because it's the truth. You know, usually when they're toned, they're ugly toning. It's very hard to find them in brilliant condition. That's just, you know, can we get better close-ups, Hector? Great. There's a 54S. What's the next coin, Jackie? Just show the viewers these real quick. 53S, there you go. 51S. You get the idea. These are all MS65s or MS66s. There's a 58D in there that it's an MS66. That's an MS66. Now, folks, the 53S and the 54S are low mintage issues. I've highlighted in orange the total mintage of these 2 years. Okay? This is the total mintage. Almost all of them went into circulation. Very few, you know, when you do find, that's why when you do find them uncirculated, they're from mint sets. I mean, the mintages are only for about 4 million originally struck. That's minuscule. Almost all went into circulation. These coins were struck for commerce. Very few original rolls were saved, and when they were, they're usually really baggy. Now, I never advise people to buy ungraded Mint State Franklins, because so many of these, when you do find original rolls where they're brilliant, like these you see here. Here's a roll I've got of some 58Ds, okay? Nice, brilliant coins. And people will offer these on the show, and they'll offer them at really cheap prices. And they'll tell you they're really nice coins. What I'm going to tell you right now, never ever buy an ungraded Mint State Franklin. Biggest mistake you can make. And I talk about it in book after book on Mint State Franklins. Here, one of my books here. In the space of 10 pages, I talk about one of the biggest problems being that so many of these coins have light hairlines that come from the coin counting machines. And you can't see it under normal lighting. You need like a halogen light. I mentioned it here on page 124. Rub from having passed through a coin counting machine. You know, you submit a coin like that for grading, they won't grade it. They'll say damaged, or they'll say damaged. Here, page 114, they'll say, again, same thing. Rub from coin counter damage. Coin counter damage. You know, every few pages I talk about how so many, you can find an original roll and so few are gem condition or a choice condition or even gradable because of coin counter damage. And I've got an example here just to show you what I'm talking about. Here's a 58D. You take a look at this coin and it looks absolutely just fine. There's a couple little bag marks you see there, but it's a choice piece, you think. You know, you look at the reverse looks fabulous. No marks, right? Here, I'm going to turn on this halogen light. Hopefully the halogen will pick this up. I have to get it at just the right angle. This is the trickiest part of the presentation because this is where, right across the bell, this is something with, there you go. They're so fine you can see it almost like a light smudge that's going in this direction right across the bell. Okay, if you look at it close under a glass, they're very light, fine hairlines. The coin is not gradable. You can see how difficult, I'm sure on TV you may not even be able to see it. It's barely visible. You can just barely make out this light rub. I've got 53S's and 54S's today, folks, like I've never owned before. Like I've never owned before. Now, these things are rare. I put together a little chart. I have these coins in MS65 and the finest group of MS66s of these two dates I've ever seen. I think that exists, okay? Period. I've got the top row just with 53 S's and 6.6. And I have more than that, okay? Don't show that yet. Don't show it yet. The second row is just 54 S's and 6.6. And the bottom row are 53 S's, half the row is 6.5s, 54 S's, the other half of the row is 65s. Now, unless you think these are common coins and easy to get, take a look at this chart. Compares some Morgan dollars, some Peace dollars, Walking Liberty half dollars, compares their rarity in MS65 and MS66 to these Franklins. You see the 81 S's, 50,000 graded in 6.5, 13,000 in 6.6. Well, let's get to something rare. 84 CC, much rarer, only 76 graded in 6.5, 1,800 in 6.6. Well, let's get to even something rare. 85 CC, only 4,005, 1,200 in 6.6. Okay? The rarest coin there, 41S Walker. That is the rarest Walker in the short set Walker, where they've only graded 2,300 in 6.5 and 600 in 6.6. That's the rarest Walker in the short set series versus the 46D there. Now take a look at the 53S and the 54S, folks. They're of a comparable rarity to that 41S Walker, rarer than the 85cc in high grade. And now 41S Walker, folks, just in 6.5 is a $900 coin. And you can find all kinds of prices for 6.6s for a 41S in 6.6 that are $3,000. Now I'd like you to see, Hector, if you could start with the top row, just if we could get really close and just show some of these incredible, incredible 53 S's on the top row. They're a 6.6 grade. And again, this is not all I have, folks. This is a collection I didn't think was possible. Every one of these coins is just so well struck and pristine and haze-free. Jackie, can you just pull one of those, and let's do a close-up of one. Just pick one. I don't care which one you pick. They're all equally magnificent. Okay, got a 53S. Hector, let's just do a close-up because they're all like this. Every single one. Every single one. It's hard to find a mark on the thing. They've only graded, what, 18 in 6.7 or 28 in 6.7. I've never seen a fully brilliant Franklin in 6.7. Take a look at the reverse, how well struck it is. It's hard, you know, it's absolutely pristine. Can we zoom in any closer? Do we have super zoom? There you go. There you go. This is the view. This is the shot we need. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know. It's so well struck. That's the obverse. No marks in the field. Clean cheek. 66 grade. Can you flip it over? Every single one like this, they're going to be graded by NGC or PCGS. Look at that. Nearly full bell line. Nearly full bell line. I mean, really. That's as close to full bell line. I mean, if that's those other coins for 12,000 were 90%, this is 95%. Now let's see one of the 54S's. The 54S's, the same incredible quality, folks. The same incredible quality. The 54S's. I'm going to price them in 1 minute. You just take a look at one of these 54S's real quickly, obverse, reverse. Now show them the 65s. Look how well struck that is. 98% full bell, 95% full bell line. Beautiful S mint, MS66. And on the bottom row, I have the MS65s. Because, folks, I have got roughly 40 examples each of the 53S's and 54S's and 6.6. That's extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. If you want a 53S in 65, like you see here, where you have so many dealers wanting $500,000, $2,000, $149 for a 53S in 65 that you see here. The 54S, which Hector will be there in just a moment. If you could get there, Hector, scoot on over the 54S at the end of the row there. 54Ss are $90. $90. You can own the pair, folks, for only $229. The 53S and 54S in 65. Now for these monster 66s. The finest 66s of the 53S and 54S I've ever handled. I've got them at a great, you can't beat this price. The 54Ss you're looking at are $395. The 53Ss on top. The 53Ss, where in 66 FBL, a 53S is a $70 coin. Hector, can we go up to the 53S? Yeah, there we go. I got to price this right now, $595 for the 53S in MS66. And folks, that comes to $990. You get the pair. It's only $979 for these last two S-mints. The last Franklins struck at the San Francisco Mint in superb, high-grade condition, extraordinarily well struck from the finest hoard of these dates that I've ever handled in my lifetime. I have never had a group of 53Ss and 54Ss that comes close to this in quality and quantity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please jump on this now if you can. I mean, people are going crazy with their 90% full bell lines, dealers wanting $10,000, $12,000 for 53Ss and 54Ss that are just well struck, that are, 90%ers. Okay, here you got 90%ers, folks. I'm the specialist in this area. I started in this area. If I get a great deal on this, what I do is pass it on to my clients. So I'm not asking any kind of special premium. I got a great deal. You're getting a great deal, and that's what it's all about. We're all happy that way, okay? You're getting the finest 53Ss and 54Ss at just a simply extraordinary price. Coins that are so rare, far rarer than Morgan dollars that cost 5, 10 times more. Okay, and this is what I call value. This is what it's all about, where you get extraordinary eye appeal, extraordinary quality, extraordinary rarity at just a great, great price. I am just so excited about this. I am really, this is just, really, I can't believe I have these. Sometimes I can spend months just trying to get one or two 53Ss in 6.6. I can spend months just trying to get one or two nice, brilliant examples in 6.6. And here I've got over 40 superb examples, stunning, brilliant examples in 6.6 of each date. And I have about 100 each of these coins in 65. This is just you'll never see this offered anywhere else at any station. You'll never see these in any coin shop or any coin show, folks. This is just an enormous, enormous hoard of 53Ss and 54Ss. That it's not just about a lot of coins, it's just about the fact that these coins are of a quality you just don't see. So we got a lot of people calling on this. Cameron, let me know how many are getting the pairs of 6.6s so we can do a countdown on those. Again, I have a lot of them. It's not unlimited. These are just so beautiful. So beautiful. Here, let me pull the NGC coin. Yeah, we got some of them in NGC holders, some in PCGS holders. The set of two to Colorado, those are 6.6s? Set of two to a gentleman in Colorado, congratulations. Look at that coin. How could a coin over 50 years old be so superb? No haze, and this is what you're going to see every coin, folks. There's no haze on these, there's no spots. They are absolutely pristine, almost like they just came out of the die. Off the die. It's hard to believe these were dumped into bins. I don't know how we're able to get so many coins that were so near perfection for this day, for these coins. These are such tough years to get in this grade. Again, the 53S, the total population, NGC at PCGS, only 1,300 graded in 6.6. Only 700 of the 54S's, and only 28 higher. And those 67s, almost all of them are toned. Okay, for all intents and purposes, the highest grade you'll ever see in brilliant condition of this date, in brilliant condition, is 66. This is as good as I've seen in fully brilliant condition. We've got a lot of folks calling in. Do we have a queue on this, Cameron? Okay, we do have a short queue. He's given me a signal, though. As soon as a line becomes available, he will let me know. Cameron is telling me we have one line available now, so we do have one line available. Now's your chance, folks, to call in on this incredible, incredible opportunity in Franklin Half Dollars, the last of the S-mints, in extraordinary, extraordinary condition. And show them a couple of the 65s also, Jackie, because the 65s are nice. I mean, they're nothing to sneeze at. They're absolutely nothing to sneeze at. They're great coins. 53. And, you know, 53 is my favorite because the 53S, we got a lot of folks calling in. So this is just a massive, this is the best Mint State Franklin opportunity I've been able to offer in such a long time, folks. This is maybe the best Mint State Franklin opportunity I've ever been able to offer. This is just so significant. Look at that 53S, that's a 65. Now, why did I grade a 6.6? The grading on these folks was very conservative. Can we get closer, Hector?
Another set of two going out to Illinois.
Another set of two to Illinois. Who is that, gentlemen?
Mr. H.
Mr. H, a set of two in 66. Congratulations, Mr. H. Look at that. That's a 65. Again, the 65, the 53S, only $149 in 65. The 54S, only $90 in 65. Can you flip that around, Jackie? And you take a look at the reverse. It's extraordinary. $229 for the pair in 65.
Another set of two to Washington, Mr. B.
Mr. Was that B?
Yeah.
In Washington, a set of two. Thank you, Mr. B. A set of two in 66 grade. I mean, the bell lines are extraordinary. I mean, that's what you can see the top set very easily. Can you get any close? Is that as close as you can get? That's about it, huh? You can see the top set of horizontal lines, and you can see most of the bottom set. That's when you call it like 90%, where you can see most of the bell lines. Oh, there you go. You can see almost all of the bell lines just as it gets to the crack where it fades out. You know, even by the crack, you could still make out a little bit, Jackie, as you tilt it around, you can see a little bit of bell line there. I mean, the coin is 90, 95%, and these are just spectacular. So I am running late here. I am running late. We're getting a lot of calls in, so I am in kind of a conundrum here. We're getting a lot of calls coming in, but I'm running late, and we've got another great presentation coming up. Okay, last call. Want to thank everybody for picking up one of these. I've got a presentation now coming up here. I think, I hope it's on what I think it is. Something I haven't been able to show for a long, long time because I haven't had the coins, but we do now. So, are we about ready to go, Hector? The engineering guys are going nuts. We have had a great response on these Franklins. This is just a phenomenal group of Franklins, 53Ss, 54Ss. We still have people calling in, but I have to move on because we're running over. We have it ready? Okay. Thank you for watching our show up to this point. Stay tuned for this presentation coming up, and call in on these Franklins. Again, I have some magnificent pieces set aside. Here we go.
Happy holidays from our Rare Collectibles TV family.
Jack, how long have we been partners? What, 30 years? I mean,
Feels like it, right? Just about.
You started when you were around 15?
I was started in diapers.
We've been partners a long time, but this is the first time, Jack, we've ever had something like this for our viewers. This a $5 gold piece of a date struck. I say it's the 19th century, the last date of the 19th century.
It is.
Technically, the last date is 1900.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
But I don't get that. To me, the last date should be start with a 1-8.
It's definitely the last date of the 1800s. We can say that.
So, yeah, exactly. Folks, we sometimes I like to close a presentation by saying, please stay tuned to our show, because you never know what we'll come up with next. Mm-hmm. And this is one of those times. We've come up with something that you'll never see again once these are gone.
Right.
In fact, these coins shouldn't even exist.
Right, exactly.
But for the great European bank hoard.
Right.
They're extremely rare. And now is the perfect time to acquire a coin of this greatness.
Right.
In fact, the examples we have, and we have almost 300 examples.
Yeah, which is,
I mean,
for this coin,
there's never been anything like this in the history of U.S. coins for this particular date.
Yeah, well,
this is a first.
Yeah, we're just saying this is almost 10% of this population for
exactly,
this grade.
Exactly, yeah.
You know.
And we're so grateful to be able to offer this coin at such a great collector-friendly price. And now, again, is the perfect time to acquire something like this. Let's take a look at the coins, Jack.
Yeah, they're great coins. They're beautiful.
The last year of the 1800s, the $5 gold piece, 1899, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They're graded Mint State 63, Jack. Now, if you go to the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world.
Amazing collection.
Including
collection.
the single most valuable coin,
right.
the 1849 Double Eagle, which is valued in, who knows?
The only one that exists.
Yeah.
The first Double Eagle that struck, there were two made. The other one was, who knows, melted probably 100 and something years ago.
Right.
The only one of the first, and then $1804. I mean, a coin, there's like 16 known. They have like 5 of them or something. Like, the coins, 1933 Double Eagle. There's only one legally owned in private hands. They have like 8 of them or something.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And so you look at their $5 gold collection, their 1899 in their gold collection in the Smithsonian, folks, is an MS 63.
Right.
In other words, this is a Smithsonian quality coin that we have for you today.
Exactly.
Because these are in mint state 63 condition. Right. Now, for our new viewers who may not be familiar with numismatic grading,
Right.
Jack, if you could explain the
Sure.
Sheldon grading scale.
Sure. So coins are graded using a 70-point scale. It's called the Sheldon grading scale. There was a large cent collector back in the 1940s or 50s named William Sheldon who came up with this system. 1 is the lowest grade. That means you can recognize the coin just barely. It's so worn out that you can tell what it is, but really nothing more than that. 70, on the other hand, is flawless, absolutely perfect. For coins in the 1800s, there's no such thing. They didn't have the technology.
Coins in the mid-1900s and earlier.
They don't exist.
Right.
And then what we talk about, you hear us talk about brilliant uncirculated or mint state coins. On this 70-point scale, anything 60 or higher is considered mint state. This is a coin that has no wear, but a 60 coin is a coin that may have a lot of bag marks and abrasions and things, just by way that these coins are made. They strike them, they go into bags and counting machines, and they get marks on them, but they still have no technical wear. So that would be a coin that's a 60. These coins are mint state 63, which is what in the old days, before we were using this numeric scale, we would call choice brilliant uncirculated. So these are coins that are uncirculated, no wear, and just have a really nice look to them, a minimal amount of any kind of abrasions or flaws or things. These are really nice coins. And like Rick said, this is the grade the Smithsonian has. If you want to see a coin like this, you can either buy one while we still have them here, or you can take a trip to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Those are your options.
Hey, Jack, that was perfect. That was perfect. You know, the point we're trying to make is that sometimes, you know, if something seems too good to be true when you see it on TV, well, sometimes it really is true. There was an incident just over a year ago. There was a gentleman who found an 1854S $5 gold piece.
Right, same size as this, same denomination,
same denomination,
same design,
we have a picture of it. He said that he found it in a garage sale or something. It was.
He thought it was fake. Everybody thought it was fake.
Took it to the coin shop. They said it was fake.
Yep.
He sent it to NGC, and the coin came back. It was the real deal. Extra fine 45. It was the real deal.
Yeah, I think the fourth one known.
Yeah, so he took that coin, put it in an auction, sold for over $2 million. Some things that seem too good to be true really are true. Now, these 1899 Ps in this condition, folks, are among the finest known. When you look at all the $5 gold pieces struck in the history of the U.S. Mint, they struck almost 75 million examples.
And this is a long series, the Liberty Head series.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about the Liberty Head half eagle, $5 gold piece.
Right.
1839 to 1908, 70 years.
Yeah.
A long series, and on top of it, you've got all these different mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, Carson City, New Orleans. This is a big series of coins.
Right,
you know, over 100 coins easily, well over. But still a pretty low number struck and a really low number that survived.
Yeah, most importantly, because the Mint struck anything from a $1 gold piece to the largest denomination we call the Double Eagle, a $20 gold piece. But the thing is, those largest denominations, the $20 gold piece and the $10 gold piece, those were mainly used in the banking system.
Right, because that was a lot of money back
the
then.
average citizen in 1900 could, I mean, they were making, you know what, $5 a day if they were lucky.
Right.
And here you had a $5 gold piece, so that was something the average citizen could have in their pocket, a $5 gold piece or a $2.50 gold piece. 10 or 20s were mainly used in the banking system. So these were heavily used, these $5 gold pieces, for commerce.
Right, these were probably
the great majority went into circulation.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are probably the most used denomination. You know, this is the kind of coin you'd use to buy your groceries or buy things you needed for your home or something like this. Like you said, the 20s were used, you know, for bigger business bank transactions. These were used all day long by the common folk, you know? These were like everyday person's coins.
Exactly. And you look at the total number struck in the history of that series. About 75 million coins from 1839 to 1908, graded by PCGS in uncirculated condition. In other words, coins that never went into circulation.
Right.
They're extremely rare. From MS60 on up, about 1/5 of 1% have survived in uncirculated condition.
Right.
That's incredible. And what we have today are MS63s, Jack. MS63s. And for the entire series, that's 0.05%. What is that? You had the number.
I was doing the math. I had to sit there with my calculator because I was like, wow, that's a tiny amount. That's like 1 in 200. And then I realized, oh, that's not right. I had to recheck it. That's like 1 in every 2,000 coins only. I mean, 1 in every 2,000.
Exactly.
That is such a tiny, minute fraction of these coins that survive in this grade.
And now we opened up by saying these coins shouldn't exist but for the great European bank hoard.
Right.
The only reason these exist in the condition we have them in is because they had been stored in bags like you see here. This is one of the actual bags from the great European bank hoard.
Right, these old canvas
Since
bags.
the early 1930s. 30s.
It's almost more like a burlap, those bags back then, yeah.
This is one of our mementos
Oh, yeah.
when we
It's a
actually got
trophy.
one of the bags.
Yep.
Here's the story, folks, of the Great European Bank Hoard. It really came about because of the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for our country, the likes of which this country hadn't seen probably since the Civil War. It was, I mean, the unemployment
brutal.
rate was 20 to 30%. And then you had the fact that there were bank failures. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures.
Yeah, and there's no FDIC yet.
Exactly.
There's no federal deposit insurance.
Your money wasn't guaranteed.
Right.
So you could have your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you were wiped out.
Right, the bank's closed.
You
There's
were
nothing
wiped out.
there.
It was catastrophic. So there were a lot of citizens who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, who began to pull their money out of the banks, you know, and they get this paper money and they didn't know what that was going to be worth in the next year or two, because our economy was in such a shambles. I mean, we could be going the way of Germany in the 1920s when they had, just unrestrained inflation. So, you know, they took that paper money and what they were doing was buying gold with their paper money. Gold coins, folks, because throughout human history, gold has always had value. And they knew that if they just converted their paper currency into gold, they would have some security with that.
Right.
This created additional stress on the banking system. I mean, people were pulling their money out of the banks, buying gold with it. So in 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. It's hard to believe, but Executive Order made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal in this country.
Right.
And folks, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced a serious penalty.
Oh, yeah, you could go to jail. You could be
$10,000
fined.
fine or 10 years imprisonment or both.
Yeah.
And $10,000 back then was, I mean,
ton of money.
I mean, that could have taken the average person 2-3 years to make $10,000, or 10 years imprisonment.
I was to say, I don't think the average house cost that much back then. I mean, that was a ton of money.
So all the citizens that had been buying gold had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins that were turned in? They melted them back down into bullion bars. Take a look at this, folks. Of the $5 gold pieces, they struck about 75 million $5 gold pieces. About 1/3 of them were melted back down into bullion.
Yeah, they melted a lot
That
of
means there
coins.
were maybe 50 million survivors for the entire series. We're not talking just about the 1899p, because the 99p, they only struck 1.7 million coins. So they melted down several 100,000 of those.
Right.
Well, there were some citizens who had the means, and some institutions as well, who said to themselves, okay, if I can't own over $100 worth of gold in this country,
Right.
there's nothing in the executive order that says I can't own it in another country.
Right.
And so they began shipping bags of United States gold coins to banks in Europe.
Right.
A lot of the banks were in France. And
Yeah, France,
again,
Switzerland, Belgium.
these $5 gold pieces, they'd been residing in a bank in France since the early 1930s. It's almost 90 years ago. And that's the only reason they survive in this condition. They've been sitting in a vault, haven't been moved around, haven't been jumbled around, haven't been going from bank to bank. They've just been sitting idly in a vault for almost 90 years.
Right.
And that's the only reason they're able to survive in this this almost perfect state.
Right.
You have to understand, folks, that even just coming out of the mint, the process of making gold coins, it was like any other coins at the U.S. Mint. The coins were struck, they were ejected from the die press into a bin.
Yep.
The next coin struck would be ejected into the bin.
Right, they're all
One
falling
coin
on top of each other, tumbling
falling on top of
around.
another. Okay, and during that process, they obviously collect bag marks.
Right. Then they
go-
dump them in a counting machine. They
Exactly.
dump it in the machine. They're all banging against each
You
other,
know,
banging through
I
machinery.
mean, they didn't care about the marks.
No, I mean, they're trying to make money here. They're not trying to make a
Exactly.
collectible. They're
They're-
not trying to preserve something perfect. They're trying to make something that is useful to, to transact
Yeah.
business, to keep the economy
They're
moving.
trying to strike coins as inexpensively as possible.
Right.
I mean, so the economy
I mean, they
was
do a great
paramount.
job. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to make it sound like
exactly.
they don't care what they're doing, but their goal here is not to make a pristine proof
No,
70 coin. Their job is to
exactly,
make
exactly.
thousands and thousands of coins so that the economy can happen.
So anyway, and then they'd be thrown onto trains and they'd be shipped to banks
Literally
across the-
thrown. These
Yeah.
bags are like 50-pound bags of
Across-
coins. These
across
guys
the country.
are not tenderly placing them. They're tossing these bags. The coins are still banging against each other.
So we got these bags, folks, and a lot of the coins came back MS-62, MS-61. These are among the finest from the couple bags we acquired. And there, again, we have around 300 examples, almost 10% of the entire population.
Right.
There's nothing else like this in the entire country. I don't
Right.
think there ever has been.
And especially to find a $5 coin, Rick, I mean, we haven't really gone
Yeah.
into this too much. I mean, that is a minor miracle because you have to consider this European banknote. If you're trying to transfer as much money as you can from one place to another, you're going to use the highest denomination. Like today, if you want to go to Europe and bring, $20,000, are you going to bring like $1 bill, $5 bill, or are you
Yeah.
going to bring a $100 bill?
Exactly.
At the time, the $20 gold
Yeah.
coin was the biggest coin. Most of the coins brought were $20 coins. Very few of these $5
Right.
coins made it to these Bancorp, and that's why such a large percentage, as we talked about earlier, about a third of these were melted down. These were not the coins that went to Europe. And then on top of it, the coins that stayed here were coins that had circulated. The coins that people saved in this, that somehow didn't make it back to the government, or didn't make it to Europe. The ones that survived were all worn out. These were
That's
coins
right.
that were
That's
used
right.
over and over and over.
Folks, MS-63 is a really choice uncirculated specimen. It means it has very, very minimal number of bag marks. There's no deep gouges, heavy scratches. You look at this piece. It's hard to believe it was struck over 120 years ago. The last year of the 1800s. I mean, just from that standpoint, this is not just a historic treasure, folks, a numismatic treasure, it's a national treasure. This is when our country struck gold coins for commerce. Because after 1933, Jack, they didn't strike any more gold coins for commerce.
No, we don't even strike silver coins anymore, right?
That's right, exactly. Not for commerce, yeah. And you look at this specimen, Mint State 63. It's absolutely gorgeous, uncirculated, among the finest examples from the bag, equal to the Smithsonian specimen.
You look at the strike, all of the hair details, all the detail in her crown where it says Liberty, all the little denticles, which are those little ridges around the encircle the whole coin, and the rim. The stars, you can see all the kind of differentiation, all
Now-
the little details.
Folks, here's why we're telling you that this is, I rarely say this, Jack, but a must-buy moment in time. There was an article that came out in a coin publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, by generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold, This is not common gold. This is very rare gold. You're talking about a $5 gold piece in Mint State 63 condition. But the crux of the article, and this is something we've been saying on our shows now for the last few years, this is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy rare United States gold. Here's the key sentence in the article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And by that, what they mean is, I recall in my own experience, I had a common date gold double eagle. At that time, this was about 20 years ago, gold was about $350 to $400 an ounce.
Right.
And I remember selling it to another dealer for around $3,500, about 10 times the gold value. And now we have gold coins like this. Gold is close to $2,000 an ounce.
Right.
There is almost a quarter of an ounce of gold in this coin. That's almost $500 worth of gold.
Right.
10 times the gold value would be around $5,000.
Right.
And here we have these coins today, folks. Again, this is the perfect grade for this coin, folks. MS63, you're talking about a really choice uncirculated specimen. Because if you go to one of the highest grades, 6-7, that's among the finest known. You're talking about a coin that'll sell for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000.
Right.
There's an example that's sold in auction. You know, a dealer quite likely bought that coin for his own client, and he
Right.
might have resold it for $38,000 or $40,000.
Right.
Our goal is to get you as much numismatic bang as possible for your buck. And so here we have these extremely rare $5 gold pieces, an MS63. And again, at another point in time previously, the gold premium would have been 10 times the value of the coin. And we've got these coins for about twice the value of the gold, Jack.
Right.
Folks, here we have these rare gold coins. They're not $49.95 or $39.95 or $29.95. Now, $19.95 would be a really
Be a
good
great
price.
price.
Here's one that sold in auction in an MS63 for $19.55. Now, again, that could have been a dealer that acquired that coin for a client, because a lot of times in these auctions, the gold coins are acquired by other dealers to
Oh, yeah.
sell to their clients. So, but we don't know. It could have been a collector. But, you know, $19.55 is about where these coins are at.
Yeah. That's a great price.
$14.95, folks, would be
That'd
a
be-
price that I would never have believed possible.
Right.
I mean, that would be an exceptional value. However, our policy from day one, Jack, and the key to our success, you folks, first of all, are the key to our success. Because when we get a great deal like this and pass it on to you, you respond in such a way that we sell out, and we're then able to use that to turn it over and buy the next great deal. And so we get some opportunities where when we buy the entire deal, we get the lowest possible price.
Right.
And so our commitment to you is to always base our selling price on our cost. Now, if our cost was $1,500, we would have to price it over $1,500. But our price was so low, again, we're passing our good fortune on to you today. We've got these coins for $1,095 a coin.
Wow, that's a great price.
I had to stop there for a second,
Right,
Jack.
right.
$1,095 a coin, which is an amazing price.
It's an amazing price. Amazing price.
And even better, folks, we have a two-pay option.
We do. We have a two-pay option. You can put down $547.50 today. We'll keep one of these coins locked in our vault for you, safe and secure. 30 days later, you make the second payment, coin is yours. It is the most easy and affordable way to add a coin that otherwise you'd have to go to the Smithsonian to see one of these. The easiest way to add a coin to your collection, just two payments of $547.50. I mean, what's better than that, Rick?
The last time, Jack, that we had something like this, where we had in the area of 300 coins, the response was so extraordinary. We sold out in around a week.
Right.
So we have these at a price that we didn't think would be possible.
Right.
Normally in this market, I mean, gold is very, very hot. Normally in 1899p, we would have to pay considerably more. Best case scenario, we figured we'd have to sell these coins for around $14.95.
Yeah, I was hopeful of that. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw that auction record at $19.55. I was thinking, you know, under $2,000 is going to be great, but hopefully more around $1,500
exactly.
price, you know, something
exactly.
like that.
But again, these are those coins that should not exist, but for the Great European Bank Hoard, we acquired the entire deal. Again, the Great European Bank Hoard, this is one of the bags from that hoard. Now, not these specific coins, But this is from that hoard, and we bought the entire deal of 1899 piece. And these are among the finest examples from those bags, because a lot of the others, graded MS62, MS61, had a lot more bag marks, and these were among the finest known. Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right.
Again, the Smithsonian, if you've just tuned in, has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world.
Yeah.
And if you look at their gold collection is, again, unrivaled. And the 1899p $5 gold piece in the Smithsonian is an MS63. You're getting Smithsonian quality, and you're getting it for only $1,095. It's about a quarter ounce of gold, and gold is almost $2,000 an ounce. Never has there been a time in history when you could get so much gold coin, a rare gold coin, for such a small premium over the value of the gold, folks. It's the best of both worlds.
Right.
You're getting the bullion value, so if gold goes up, it's a plus. But then you're getting this incredible numismatic rarity. It's such a national treasure. This is a kind of coin you want to pass on to your kids and your grandkids. Keep in the family. Because these are the kind of coins that are absolutely irreplaceable. These are of such a vintage from an earlier time in our country's history, Jack.
Right. And they're just beautiful. I love the size of this coin, just kind of the way the art fits in the middle, like the eagle, the way it sits in this size of this coin compared to like the double eagle even. There's less fields, and that eagle just really kind of fills out that reverse.
Look at this, folks. Struck in 1899, dumped into bags, thrown onto trains. How it could survive like this, and this is why they're so rare. PCGS is only certified in just uncirculated condition. That means mint state 60, which would be a lot, the baggiest example, 61, 62, all grades, only 1/5 of 1%. Has survived in uncirculated condition of the total mintage from 1839 to 1908, folks. And then when you get to the MS63s, you're talking about, what is it, 1/20th of 1%? 1/20th.
0.05.
1/20th of 1% of all the $5 gold pieces struck have qualified for MS63 at PCGS.
Right.
To put it in another way, folks, if these came in, say, bags of 500, you'd need 4 bags to get one MS63 condition.
Wow.
That's how rare the coin is.
That's interesting. I'm
Yeah.
glad you put it that way, because that really puts an image in my head of how many coins you have to go through to find one of these.
Great $5 gold pieces struck, and it's struck in 1899. The last year in the 1800s at the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is one of those times, Jack, where we love to do these presentations where we get to offer something that we know that is going to be so good for all our clients out there.
Oh yeah, this is just a great opportunity. They're just beautiful coins. Again, Smithsonian quality coins. I mean, the Smithsonian coin collection is literally a national treasure. These coins are national treasures. These coins are on par with the Smithsonian, the place that has Abe Lincoln's top hat, like the the kind of things in the Smithsonian, and this is on par with the coins in the Smithsonian.
Folks, we know our gold. My client has the #1 ranked proof $20 gold collection in the NGC registry. Okay, we know our gold here at Rare Collectibles TV. We have placed some of the finest gold over the last several years. And we can, to have something like this, again, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We have to end it here. This is truly a privilege. You won't find anything like this anywhere else on TV. You won't find this at your local coin shop or your local coin show. I don't think anything like this has ever been offered in the history of Coin TV, Jack.
Right? No, not that I can imagine.
We enjoy this, folks, so much when we know we have something so special for you folks watching, our viewers, to be able to offer rare United States coins like we have for you today at this collector-friendly price. Hey, folks, we're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Thanks for watching.
Pattern Coins with Jack McNamara.
Written by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence is this indelible truth: all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In order to secure these righteous principles for its citizens, the United States of America had fought through the Revolutionary War against the British. It wasn't until September 3rd of 1783 that our young nation had succeeded in liberating our ancestors from Britain's rule. Even with this newly achieved freedom, America still had much work to do before our glorious country was ready to flourish. "1792 was a particularly special year, as it marked a period of astounding growth for the United States. For one, America was still rapidly expanding, adding its 15th state, Kentucky, to the Union on June 1st, 1792. This monumental year also brought on the creation of the White House, which had its cornerstone laid down in Washington, D.C. on October 13th, 1792. Our unprecedented growth couldn't occur without financial stability. Thus, the Buttonwood Agreement was signed on May 17th, 1792, creating the world's largest stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange. Of all the monumental events occurring in 1792, the most significant may have been the signing of the Coinage Act of 1792. Prior to the release of official American coinage, many of the coins circulating around the United States were foreign coins, such as German thalers and Spanish 8 reals, as well as a plethora of privately minted coins. The founding fathers of our newly formed nation knew that to be taken seriously in the eyes of the world, America would need to initiate a national monetary system of its own. If our country continued to rely on the coinage of other nations, would there ever be a point where we gained true independence? With this in mind, the first president of the United States, George Washington, signed the Coinage Act of 1792. This act authorized the first U.S. mint in history, established the dollar as America's standard unit of money, and created the denominations of coinage that would be used in our illustrious country. Although the first official U.S. coins were struck in 1793, there were some pattern coins minted before choosing the ideal coin designs to represent our country. A pattern coin is a coin that has not been approved for release, but has been struck specifically for the purpose of evaluating the design. These pattern coins are struck in minuscule quantities and often have mintages in single digits. Rare Collectibles TV is lucky enough to have the privilege of sharing a private collection that includes 3 of the earliest U.S. pattern coins, struck the year prior to the official opening of the U.S. Mint. These 3 coins include 2 varieties of the 1792 Birch cent and the 1792 Eagle on Globe $quarter, and are some of the most important coins in U.S. history due to their crucial role in establishing America's official coinage. As these coins were put into production by and for the founding fathers of our country, it is highly likely that these examples were held by and inspected by the likes of Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and even George Washington himself. As the first director of the U.S. Mint, David Rittenhouse purchased land at 7th Street and 631 Filbert Street in Philadelphia in order to construct the first Philadelphia Mint. Initially, there were many design options to be struck for the U.S. cent, one of which was Benjamin Franklin's famed Fugio cent design. This iconic design showcased a sundial in the obverse with the inscription "Mind Your Business" and a chain link on the reverse. However, it was thought that this design could be easily counterfeited, so it was not selected. During this time, several different design ideas were proposed, two of the most popular being the head of George Washington and the head of Lady Liberty. George Washington himself was adamantly opposed to placing his likeness on circulating U.S. coinage, as he believed this practice was indicative of the monarchy of Britain that Americans had so fervently rejected. After days of heated debate between the House and the Senate, it was decided that the design of Lady Liberty would grace our coinage instead of the head of George Washington. The result was the 1792 birch cent, which displays a rendition of Lady Liberty's head that bears a striking resemblance to one of the first official pieces of U.S. coinage to be struck, the 1793 flowing hair large cent. These 1792 birch cents show an inscription of Liberty, parent of science and industry, surrounding Lady Liberty on the obverse, and the inscription of birch on Lady Liberty's bust line. The reverse displays the inscription United States of America along the rim, with a wreath surrounding the denomination 1 cent in the middle of the coin. With an obverse that so closely resembles the first official U.S. cent to be struck, this 1792 birch cent is undeniably one of the most important coins to ever be produced. The 1792 birch cent has less than 10 coins in existence, and that's made up of 4 separate varieties. The first birch cent that we have, known as Judd III, has been graded about uncirculated 58 and exhibits a plain edge design, whereas all other birch cents showcase edge lettering. As the only known example that exhibits a plain edge design, this exquisite coin is an American treasure like no other. Currently, this stunning specimen of early American coinage is valued at $2 million. The second birch cent, known as Judd IV, is graded Mint State 65 star red brown and is by far the finest known example of any birch cent in any variety. This example is one of only 7 that exhibits the edge lettering that reads, "To be esteemed, be useful." It is a miracle that this example has been kept in this spectacular condition over the course of more than 200 years. Exhibiting red-brown coloring and proof-like surfaces, this coin was undoubtedly set aside and placed in optimal conditions for storage almost immediately after being struck. What makes this unique coin even more special is that it is pedigreed to the distinguished David Rittenhouse. As one of the few birch cents in existence, and the only example pedigreed to David Rittenhouse, this remarkable piece of coinage has been valued at $4.5 million. This 1792 Eagle-on Globe $quarter is a remarkable coin, as it's just one of 2 examples that are known to exist. Graded Specimen 63, this stunning coin has been kept in significantly better condition than its AU-50 counterpart, which is housed at the Smithsonian Institution. Joseph Wright, renowned American painter born in Bordentown, New Jersey, is responsible for this remarkable coin. The obverse of this mesmerizing coin showcases one of the most stunning renditions of Lady Liberty that has ever been struck onto a U.S. coin. Wright chose his wife, muse, and subject of many of his paintings, Sarah, as the model for this coin, as a way to immortalize her stunning beauty. In 1792, Joseph Wright was working with the United States Mint as a die sinker, and although he was never officially given the title of engraver, it's believed that he more or less fulfilled this role. This theory is held by many due to a letter addressed to George Washington from Thomas Jefferson shortly after the death of Wright. In this letter, Thomas Jefferson explains that due to the passing of Wright, the Mint will require a new nomination for engraver. This suggests that Wright was the original nominee for the first chief engraver position of the United States Mint before his death. Unlike many pattern coins that were created before the official release of U.S. coinage, the obverse of the eagle on globe quarter dollar is inscribed with just the word Liberty. Most pattern coins of the time, however, had the much lengthier inscription of Liberty, parent of science and industry. As official coinage production began at the U.S. Mint, it was decided that, like the eagle on globe quarter, only the word Liberty would appear on the obverse. In this regard, the eagle on globe quarter dollar established the layout for generations of future American coins to come. The reverse of this quarter dollar bears an eagle that is significantly different than that of other early U.S. pattern coins. Perched atop the earth, this eagle is valiant in stature as it exudes the air of a sovereign guardian. One particularly interesting design choice of this coin is that there's no inscription of the denomination at all. This has led to speculation that the intended home of this design could have been on the reverse of the cent. However, it's generally accepted that this design was intended for the quarter. As one of the only coins to be designed by Joseph Wright, this finest known 1792 eagle on globe quarter dollar has a numismatic legacy like no other. As one of just two examples known, one of which is unattainable as it's part of the Smithsonian's permanent collection, this mesmerizing coin is valued at $3.8 million. With such a long and illustrious history of producing some of the finest coin designs the world has seen, the earliest origins of U.S. coinage are often overlooked. Be it the 1792 birch cent or the 1792 eagle on globe quarter dollar, the pattern coins struck before the opening of the U.S. Mint have had an undeniable impact on our country's numismatic history. In many ways, these remarkable coins provided a blueprint for the most beloved American coins to ever be struck. Whether you collect Morgan dollars, St. Gaudens double eagles, Liberty Head gold eagles, or American silver eagles, these coins may not be around today if it wasn't for the exceptional pattern coins of early America.
Now, I've specialized in the finest silver dollars for almost 40 years, handling many of the finest silver dollars and placing them with my clients. From American silver eagles to the finest Eisenhower dollars, peace dollars, Morgan dollars. Many of my clients have received awards for owning the finest known proof Morgan dollar collections. Here's one that a client of mine received from NGC in 2004 for the finest Morgan dollar collection. I've even placed the finest seated dollars with my clients. Here's a photo of the only seated dollar, graded proof 68 Ultra Cameo by NGC, none higher in Ultra Cameo, and this is the lone seated dollar in the entire series. But today, folks, today, I have the most important, historically and numismatically significant United States silver dollar of all. It's the very first silver dollar our nation ever struck. For just about a year, from late 1794 to late 1795. And it's called the Flowing Hair silver dollar. Very few were struck, less than 200 coins. More importantly, understandably, there are very few survivors in problem-free, gradable condition By that I mean, while virtually all of these coins went into circulation, I mean, they're even larger than a Morgan dollar, folks. They're huge silver dollars, struck 225 years ago. Finding one of these that hasn't been cleaned or damaged or pitted from years of improper or poor storage, finding one that's in its original state with some wear from being in circulation, but that's never been mishandled, never been polished, never been damaged by the environment, no serious nicks or gouges that would make it ungradable. Finding a problem-free example. They're extremely rare. And in my opinion, the most undervalued silver dollar issue in all of United States coinage, when you can find them in problem-free, gradable condition. I have a small group of these today that I acquired from a collection. Exceptional specimens in fine 12 condition. Please feast your eyes on the two I have on display for you today. These most historic silver dollars, folks. Now, fine 12. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard. The highest possible grade for a coin is 70, which represents a coin that is flawless, perfect under high magnification, as perfect as the day it was struck. There's nothing struck before the 1960s that's ever been graded in 70 condition. 1 is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's been heavily circulated to the point where it's barely recognizable. Here is an example of a Standing Liberty quarter struck in 1916, graded poor 01 by PCGS. And you can see the heavy wear. I mean, the date is barely readable. Heavy wear around the periphery and over the surface of the coin. And here's a picture of the reverse of the coin. And you can see just all the wear, just the central portion of the coin. You can make out the portrait of the eagle in the central portion, but that's it. All the lettering around the perimeter has been worn smooth. Now, if you want a nice example of a Standing Liberty quarter, you have to get at least one in good condition, which begins at 6, like good 6, or in this case, we have one in very good 8 condition. The higher the number, the less wear on the coin. And very good 8 condition, you can see the perimeter of the coin, you can see all the lettering. Although a lot of the date's been worn away, you could see a lot more of the detail. And you can see that 1916 Standing Liberty quarter is over $5,000, $5,250 for a 1916 Standing Liberty quarter. Here's another one in VG, very good 10. Even better condition than the previous example for around $6,000. And you could see it's an exceptional condition compared to that first example we saw in poor 01. Now take a look again at these flowing hair silver dollars in fine 12 condition. This is extraordinary condition, folks, problem-free condition for a flowing hair silver dollar. They're extremely rare. Extremely rare. To see all this detail, you can see a complete rim. The rim hasn't been worn into the fields of the coin. United States of America around the perimeter. The eagle, all exceptional detail. Only on the high points of the coin do you have wear. Fine is exceptional condition for a coin this old, especially a silver dollar the size of this coin. And again, these early silver dollars are even larger than Morgan dollars. Sasha's got a Morgan dollar to show you, and you put the two side by side, it's a couple millimeters larger than a Morgan dollar. It's noticeably larger. They're huge coins. Our nation fought a long, bloody war in order to establish our independence. From 1775 to 1783. 8 long years. The sacrifices made by virtually every man, woman, and child. We had a ragtag army led by George Washington, initially undertrained, underarmed, underfed, and underclothed. During the winter at Valley Forge, many troops had to march through the snow in their bare feet. They had water and bread for their meals. And they were up against possibly the most disciplined and well-armed military force known in the world, the British Army. If they had taken a poll, it's likely a majority of the population back then would have voted against the conflict, voted against the fight for our independence, and to remain a colony of Great Britain. But then there were people like Patrick Henry. In his famous speech to the Virginia delegation in March of 1775, to quote from someone who was in attendance at that moment, Henry then turned his attention to the British troops mobilizing across the colonies. In his words, "Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation?" he asked. "Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other." And as he continued speaking, as was described, Henry's dulcet tones began to darken with anger. Excitement began to play more and more upon his features, the minister later said. The tendons of his neck stood out, white and rigid, like whipcords. And Henry continued on. "Our petitions have been slighted. Our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult. Our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. We must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us." Henry then stood, silent for a moment, letting his defiant words hang in the air. When he finally began speaking again, it was in a thunderous bellow that seemed to shake the walls of the building and all within. His fellow delegates leaned forward in their seats as he reached his crescendo. "The war is actually begun," Henry cried. "The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery?" As he spoke, Henry held his wrists together, as though they were manacled, and raised them toward the heavens. "Forbid it, Almighty God. I know what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty." And then Henry burst from his imaginary chains and grasped an ivory letter opener. "Or give me death." And at that point, he plunged the letter opener toward his chest, mimicking a knife blow to the heart. Pretty dramatic stuff, right? But, once in a while in life, sometimes, we need a wake-up call. Sometimes we need a slap in the face. Hey, this is really important. This is what our life is all about. And His speech was that slap in the face. For several moments, when he was done, the assembled delegates seemed at a loss for words. No other member was yet adventurous enough to interfere with that voice which had so recently subdued and captivated. Delegate Edmund Randolph later said, "A hushed silence descended on the room. Every eye yet gazed entranced on Henry," said the Baptist minister. Men were beside themselves. Colonel Edward Carrington, one of the many people watching the proceedings through the church windows, was so moved that he stood and proclaimed to his fellow spectators, "Let me be buried at this spot." And when he died decades later, his widow honored his request. And so our country went to war in 1775. The United States of America finally won its independence, signing a treaty granting our independence from Great Britain in 1783, 8 years later. Now, in his third State of the Union address, President George Washington urged Congress to provide for a mint, which was officially authorized by the Coinage Act of 1792, 9 years after we had been granted our independence. You see, folks, up to that time, we had been using foreign money, Spanish dollars. Many times we had been using coins struck by individual states. There was no national coin. And we could not effectively trade with other countries if we did not have our own coinage other countries could trust. And so the act provided for the creation of the United States Mint and appropriated money to meet the cost of construction of an appropriate facility and for salaries for employees and officials. And there's a picture of the original United States Mint. Now that picture was taken in 1908. You can see the horseless carriage in front of it there. I doubt in 1792 when they built it, it said "Ye Old Mint" up above there. They probably added that sometime later. But that was the original Philadelphia Mint. Now, the denominations sanctioned under the act were half cents, cents, half dimes, dimes, quarter dollars, half dollars, dollars, quarter eagles, gold coins, half eagle gold coins, and eagle gold coins. On July 31st, 1792, the foundation stone of the Philadelphia Mint was laid by newly appointed Mint Director David Rittenhouse. Machinery and personnel began occupying the new building by September 1792, and production began on cents in February of 1793. Now, the silver dollar. Early in 1794, engraver Robert Scott began preparing designs for the silver dollar. After receiving approval, Scott began engraving the hubs for the new silver dollar. Extra care was taken during the engraving of this denomination because the dollar would be the largest American coin and would thus receive the most scrutiny from foreign nations. The lettering was executed by Frederick Geiger, who had worked as a typographer for various books and newspapers. After the dies were created, several copper test pieces were struck. Officials decided to add 15 stars around the periphery, representing the 15 states that had ratified the Constitution to that point, to the right, facing liberty on the obverse. Now, before the coins could be struck, the edge lettering and devices had to be impressed on the edge of the planchets or coin blanks. In other words, these early coins didn't have a reeded edge, a serrated edge like we see on coins today. They had a lettered edge. The lettered edge of these silver dollars said 100 cents, $1, or a unit. Now, the reason they had a lettered edge was to prevent unscrupulous individuals from taking the coin and filing away some of the perimeter of the coin. You know, just a very little filing away of each coin, gathering enough, gathering silver with each coin or gathering gold. And so a lettered edge prevented that kind of unscrupulous behavior. And by the way, if they were caught doing that, it was a prison sentence. So they had the lettered edge, and then they started striking the coins. The first silver dollars were struck on October 15th, 1794. Now, in that first year, they struck a grand total of 1,758 silver dollars. Now, to strike these earliest silver dollars, folks, they didn't use a steam press. The steam press didn't come into being until 1836. The steam press was a huge revolution in coin making. The steam press could strike at least 100 silver dollars a minute and strike them perfectly. But before the steam press, what we were using is called the screw press. And here is a picture of two men working a screw press. Now, the problem with this early screw press was that it was really only good for denominations up to about $0.50. And this silver dollar was a much larger coin. It required a lot more die pressure. And so after 1794, they halted production, and they had a larger screw press built for the 1795 silver dollars. Now, you can see making a silver dollar with a screw press was a very long, time-consuming process. And for the year 1795, they struck this flowing hair silver dollar design through mid-October of 1795. And then they had another design change to what we call the draped bust dollar. So the flowing hair silver dollar was only struck for about a year, from around October 1794 to October 1795. Is this the king of United States silver dollars? Or with this image of the flowing hair of liberty, maybe we should call it the queen of silver dollars. Folks, I have offered every form of silver dollar struck by our U.S. Mint over the years. The most recent silver dollar struck today, the American Silver Eagle. The Eisenhower dollars struck in silver from 1971 to 1976, struck in 40% silver. The peace dollar struck from 1921 to 1935. The Morgan dollars struck from 1878 to 1921. The trade dollars struck from 1873 to 1885. And there you have the seated Liberty dollars, gorgeous coin, struck from 1840 to 1873. The Gobrecht dollar struck for only a few years. It was the first of the steam press silver dollars, struck from 1836 to 1839. And then you had the draped bust dollar, struck from 1795 to 1804. That was the last year they struck silver dollars using the original screw press. And then there's the flowing hair, struck from in 1794 and 1795. These silver dollars are so rare. Imagine trying to strike a coin the size of these silver dollars using a screw press. I mean, it's quite amazing how primitive the technology was, folks. This is only 225 years ago. I mean, the technology used in 1795 was really closer to the technology used back in the Roman times when they used to make coins by hitting them with a mallet. I mean, the screw press wasn't much more advanced than the Roman times. It was the steam press in 1836 when we really had the major advance in the making of coinage. This is truly the birth of a nation here. To have these coins today, to my right here is what's believed to be the first silver dollar ever struck. It's 1794. It was graded by PCGS Specimen 66. it's a stunning, stunning example of the 1794. Specimen 66, finest known. That coin sold for $10 million. That's the most that's ever been paid for a United States rare coin. The pieces I have here today, folks, to find a problem-free example, call in now. This is such a rare coin. This has so much more future potential, in my opinion. This is a coin you definitely want to put away for the long term, folks. We have these coins for $7,495. $7,495 in fine 12 condition, without any kind of damage. No details, no cleaned, no pitting, problem-free examples. Truly, among the most undervalued coins in all of United States coinage. And without question, the most undervalued silver dollar in all of United States coinage, the flowing hair silver dollar in problem-free condition. If you can't swing the total amount today, we have a 3-payment option. And this really makes it so much easier for so many of our clients out there, because we have a lot of clients who see a coin like this and they'd love to buy it, but they can't swing the entire amount that day. We have a 3-payment option. So if you put just a third down today, that's $2,498.33, we'll put one of these $17.95 flowing hair dollars aside for you in fine 12 condition. We'll put it aside for you with your name on it, and we'll put it in our vault. You make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. I made one chart to put this in perfect perspective. I've got the 2 years of the flowing hair silver dollar. And I've got 2 Morgan dollars that are among the rarest Morgan dollars in the series. The 1889 Carson City, and the rarest of all Morgan dollars, the 1893S. That is the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition. And you see the mintages. You see the total certified in fine condition, almost uncirculated 50 condition, and you see the total certified in all grades. Now this is PCGS and NGC combined, folks. That's essentially all the examples ever certified. And you look at those numbers. 1794, only 23 examples certified in fine condition, 3 in AU 50 condition. I found a couple examples offered. Here's one, genuine, extensively repaired. You can see a big clip around 4 o'clock there on the obverse. A damaged coin, folks, and it's $120,000. Now here's one in problem-free, fine 12 condition. $160,000. That's what they go for a 1794. This chart explains why I'm making a presentation on 1795 flowing hair silver dollars and not on 1893S Morgan dollars. Folks, I could fill this stand with 1893S Morgan dollars in circulated condition for $7,000 to $10,000, $15,000 a coin. But they are not nearly as rare as problem-free 1795 flowing hair silver dollars that I have for about the same price. You look at the total number certified in fine condition, 765 coin. But for all grades, this is most important, only 4,193 coins in problem-free condition. It's over twice as rare as an 1893S, folks. When you see the price comparisons, you'll understand why this is really truly a must-buy opportunity. Here's an 1889 CC Morgan dollar. Again, a rare date, details, harshly cleaned, $7,000. But then you get to the rarest date, the 1893S. Again, details, scratched, net fine 12, $8,500. Now that word details, what is that? What exactly does that mean? Here's a little write-up on the NGC website about details grading. And as it says there, NGC details grading at the bottom, you see that headline, surface problems. It has to do with surface problems that are on the coin, damage to the coin. And there's many different kinds of surface problems. You've got environmental effects. In other words, coins that are pitted because of poor storage, or coins that have been cleaned, or altered color. Or you have coins with mechanical damage, or mechanical repairs where they've taken a coin, for example, with these early silver dollars. Quite often, they would poke a hole in the top of the coin and hang it off their neck. And so a lot of times people would repair that hole to cover it up. And that would be a mechanical repair. And then you have man-made irregularities. So there's all kinds of detail imperfections. All of these flowing hair silver dollars that we have, and we have a small group of them, are problem-free coins. And you look at some more of these 1893S Morgan dollars. There's one, cleaned, very fine 25 details, $87.75. AU details, cleaned, $40,000. Now here's one, a problem-free 93S, extra fine 40, a higher grade. At the same time, it's $12,000, and it's not nearly as rare, folks, as a flowing hair silver dollar. And here, finally, here's an 1893S, almost uncirculated, $120,000. Now, as far as the 1795 goes, trying to find a nice example, the cheapest ones I could find, not the kind of coins you want to own. Okay, here's one for $2,248. It's barely recognizable. Here's another one. This is one genuine, repaired. In other words, it could have probably had a hole in it that was repaired. $2,248. You don't want to own a 1795 that has been repaired or that's damaged. You just don't. Here's one in VG8 though, much higher grade, almost as nice as fine 12, but it has, again, details, obverse damage, $9,700. Here's another one, fine 12, again, details, damaged, scratched. Basically, a $10,000 coin. And again, that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, 100% satisfied customers. Finally, you get one that's genuine. It's genuine, but again, it's been cleaned. There's some kind of other imperfection where the coin has had altered surfaces, almost $15,000. Here's one almost uncirculated, but again, details improperly cleaned, $44,000. Finally, you get one in AU58 that hasn't been cleaned, a problem-free coin by some miracle. It hasn't been damaged. It's a miracle coin, $58,500. And here's one at the top of the heap, Mint State, uncirculated, problem-free Mint State 62, $90,000. This is the first time in the history of our show, first time in the history of Coin TV, that there's ever been a problem-free flowing hair silver dollar, folks. And we have them in fine 12 condition. You look at this piece, you see some wear on the high points of the coin. Knowing the size of the coin, the fact that it's 225 years old, I mean, these coins were in circulation for decades and decades and decades. The fact that it survived in this condition is a miracle. The fact that it's still available for only $7,500 to me is a miracle, because I think these should be $100,000 coins. I truly do. They are so rare, and here you have among the finest surviving specimens, undamaged, there's only a few thousand known survivors of all the flowing hair silver dollars struck. The very first silver dollar struck by our country for only about a year. I hope you can take advantage of this. This is about our history, about our heritage, national treasure. When you look at this coin now, with those words liberty across the top, and you recall Patrick Henry's speech, give me liberty or give me death. Those words liberty take on a much, much deeper meaning, don't they? This is an incredibly inspirational coin. I hope you're able to acquire one. Thank you for watching.
I love the connection between history and numismatics, and I love the connection between history and American coinage. The United States Mint is one of the preeminent numismatic factories, if you will, the world has ever seen. But have you ever thought about where did these unbelievable designs come from? You know, designs I'm talking about are from the Renaissance of American coin design, that period in the very beginning of the 20th century, the very early 1900s. And the greatest coins throughout history that were really commissioned by our president, Theodore Roosevelt. This is in the very beginning of the 20th century. Roosevelt had an unbelievable appreciation for art. As a child, he was always at home. He was homeschooled. He was a voracious reader. He studied history. He had a love of history that few Americans really aspire to. And it carried on into his political life. And one of the first things that we have learned about Theodore Roosevelt through his appreciation of Greek art, of classical art, and as soon as he became president, he took steps to redesign our coinage. He wanted our coinage to resemble classical Greek art. And that's how the Renaissance of American coin redesign was born. Now, I'm holding a coin in my hand that is said to have been carried, well, not this particular coin, but this type of coin, one of these coins, is said to have been carried by Theodore Roosevelt as a pocket piece throughout most of his life. Now, the coin I'm holding in my hand was struck 400 years before the birth of Christ. 2,400 years old. And by the way, it's in mint state, uncirculated. This is one of the earliest examples of when artistry mattered on coins, both for the portrait, for the obverse and the reverse. It was a new era of coin design. And this is a handmade coin. It's nearly pure silver. It's one of the most recognizable of ancient coins. It features a portrait of Athena, the founding goddess, really, of Athens, of the owl, known as a symbol of wisdom. And it is a legal tender tetradrachm. This coin is nearly pure silver. I want to show you how this coin inspired one of the greatest numismatic pieces ever struck by the United States Mint. Now, take a look at the 1915 Pan Pacific $50 gold American coin. It's known as a Pan Pac. As you can see, that helmeted design, very reminiscent of Athena. Let me just reach in, and I would like to show you the reverse of this coin, because it's the only American coin to have an owl. Now, the inspiration for this coin was taken directly from what is known as the Athenian owl. Next to this $50 gold Pan Pacific Exposition is a $20 gold piece. Without the Athena and owl coin, this $20 gold piece probably wouldn't exist. Because again, drawing from the inspiration of the classical Greek art, Teddy Roosevelt commissioned Augusta St. Gaudens to redesign our $20 gold Liberty, to create a new design that was all about art, beauty. So he enlisted Augusta St. Gaudens in the early 1900s to redesign all the American coins. And they all paid tribute to the classical Greek art that Teddy Roosevelt really envisioned our coinage to look like. And one of the pieces was this Athenian owl. This coin, as I said, was struck 400 years before the birth of Christ. It's nearly pure silver. It's a great story. It's a large coin, and you can see by the holder that I'm holding in my hand just how thick this coin was. Very thick coin. This coin was struck by hand. Look at that. This holder is much thicker than your normal holder. And you can see the relief of the coin. Now, that was achieved by repeated strikings to bring out the detail. And these were hand hammered. They were struck with an anvil, a die, and a hammer repeatedly to bring out that design. And you can see just how far off the surface of the coin Athena's portrait rises, and on the other side of the coin, the owl. This is a tetradrachm. This is a legal tender piece of history. It definitely resembles the Pan Pac piece. It's the only American coin of its kind. And that coin was struck in 1915, right at the time when we were in the midst of the Renaissance of American coin design. And this Athenian owl, Teddy Roosevelt was prone to carry one of these coins in his pocket for good luck. But it wasn't just good luck. He always wanted to remind himself of his mission to redesign American coinage, bring it into the true state of artistic numismatics. This is a large coin. And you can see all the information is on the label. The period of time, the designation, Attica, Athens, tetradrachm. On the obverse is Athena. Now, Athena became the patron goddess of Athens by legend. As legend has it, Athena and Neptune were in a contest to see whose name would grace the city of Athens. Would it be called Athens? Or would it be called maybe Neptunia or something like that? But what Athena brought to the contest was the olive, and the olive branch, and the olive oil, the olive tree. What Neptune brought was a water source. Unfortunately, Neptune being from the sea, his water source was a bit salty. So, really, to boil it all down, Athena was chosen as the patron goddess of Athens because she brought to the city of Athens the gift of the olive tree, the olive oil. It really put Athens on the map. But something else did as well, and I'll get into that in just a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, these Athenian owls are one of the very first coins that art was a main theme of the design of these coins. There was a concerted effort to make an artistic, classical rendering of the greatness of Athens by placing the portrait of Athena and her owl, her symbol of wisdom and strength. This had never been done before. Athens, being the great city that it was, so close in proximity to valuable silver mines, Athens was the recipient of tribute by all of the Greek cities. They paid Athens a tribute in silver. And it is from that tribute and their source of nearly pure silver in the Laurian mines that put Athens on the map, that made the Athenian owl the #1 currency because of its known purity, its recognition, because it was known as the example of a tetradrachm. And because of that, it was accepted all throughout the world as the medium of exchange. This coin could really be called the Morgan dollar of its time, an attempt to boldly convey the spirit of the classical Greek city of Athens and the goddess Athena, who throughout history has been revered. So revered that she actually was the inspiration for the Pan-Pacific $50, what we call a $50 gold slug. The only coin of its kind in the history of America. Now, this coin that is nearly 2,500 years old, from the 5th century BC, this one is, and you can see that it's a mint state. Now, there's more to the grading of an ancient coin than just mint state 60 or 65. They don't do that on ancient coins. They go back to the original way of grading coins. A coin was either circulated or almost circulated or mint state. But they also graded the strike and the surface condition. These happen to be the highest designation for both surface and strike that you can get. There are 10 because each one is a 5 out of 5. The strike is 5 out of 5 and the surface is 5 out of 5. There is no higher designation. These are the ultimate in strike and surface, and they are mint state, uncirculated. Highest example of surface and strike in grade, a 5 out of 5. And that's why I call them a 10, because you add those 5 out of 5 together, they're a 10. This is a coin that was struck 400 years before the birth of Christ. That is nearly pure silver. That is a large coin. That is mint state. Its strike is a 5 out of 5, and its surface condition is a 5 out of 5. You can't get any better than that. That's like getting a mint state 70 coin. Collectors all over the world understand the rarity of this coin. I want you to take a look at this one right here. Here is a mint state with a star, but it is a 5 out of 5 surface and strike grade. It is an Athenian owl. It's the same coin. And look at the auction price realized, $36,000. It's a mint state star, $36,000. We have mint state. We have 5 out of 5 strike. This one is also a mint state star. Now, you're not going to see designation on these coins numerically. You won't see mint state 6.5 or mint state 6.4, but you will see, in this case, that one is a choice mint state star, $19,200. Same coin. Take a look at the strike. The strike's a 5 out of 5, and the surface is a 5 out of 5, as ours are. Here's a great deal. I found this one at an auction. It's brought $4,600. As you can see, it's a mint state coin. Now, this is exactly the same coin It's an MS, as ours are. The strike is 5 out of 5, and the surface is 5 out of 5. And the price is $4,600. Now, I've made sure that on this coin, we were substantially below even auction records that had been realized. We're offering this coin for $2,795. $2,795. We are splitting the payment into 3 equal payments of $931.66. Now, with every order placed, you're going to receive this book, The 100 Greatest Ancient Coins. And folks, number 10 out of the 100 greatest is the Athenian owl tetradrachm. There it is right there. That really says a lot. Everybody's going to receive this book, 100 Greatest Ancient Coins, with their order. The history of this coin is known throughout the whole entire world. Our United States gold of the early 20th century came about because of these coins right here. One of these coins is said to have been carried by Theodore Roosevelt as a pocket piece throughout most of his life. Teddy Roosevelt, he was a lifelong student of history, of art, and he loved classical art, and he had an appreciation that he just did not see in American coinage. And as soon as he became president, he took steps to redesign our coinage. He wanted our coinage to resemble classical Greek art. Teddy Roosevelt commissioned one of the world's greatest sculptors, Augustus St. Gaudens, to, in the fashion of these Athenian coins, to redesign our American coinage to reflect that artistry of the ancient Greeks. And when you look at the $20 gold St. Gaudens, in fact, we happen to have a 1908 on the set. You take a look at that design, and what you see is that classic design that Augustus St. Gaudens drew from the classical Greek art that Roosevelt so wanted our coins to emulate. When you look at the Pan Pac, that coin has a representation of Athena and the owl as its subject matter. That coin weighed 2.5 ounces. And it was the only time that design was used. You'll never see another coin like that. And it was taken from the Athenian owl. Very few coins before the Athenian owl were concentrating on design, were struck for the beauty. They were meant to convey to the whole entire world the power, the stability, the strength of the currency, the purity of the silver of Athens. Became the standard bearer for the Greek coinage in terms of size, purity, artistry. Let me just illustrate, if I may, how difficult that coin was to strike. Back when this coin was struck, the technology for striking coins was pretty rudimentary. You started out with a coining blank, which was measured exactly to weight, pretty thick. And it was nearly pure. The design came from dies. Like, we have our dies today that we put in an automated coining press. But back then, you had an anvil and a man wielding a very heavy sledgehammer. And he created this coin by placing the coining blank between the rudimentary dies and striking repeatedly to bring out all that detail. And the strikes would be heavy blows from this hammer. And that's why at times you can see ancient coins split a little bit at the edge, because they were repeatedly struck to bring out the depth, to bring out the detail, actually to bring out the high relief. Now, this was no easy task, because that design you see right there was accomplished by repeated strikes with a hammer. Here's a reverse. You see down near the bottom a little split in the coin. And this often happened on these very soft coining blanks, repeatedly struck to bring out that detail in nearly pure silver. This was the highest purity silver the world had ever seen at that given time. The inspiration for our Pan Pac coinage. And I think that's tremendous to be able to own the original from over 2,400 years ago. Every one of these coins are a 10. For surface, they're 5 out of 5, and for strike, they are 5 out of 5s. The highest designation you can get. And it survives today in quantities that are just so minute, fractions of fractions that exist today. Most of these coins are long since melted or long since lost to history and have never been found. This is treasure. This is history. This is the highest strike and surface designation that you could get, 5 out of 5. It's a mint state version of a coin that was struck 400 years before the birth of Christ. It is encapsulated. It is certified. It is a stunning example of numismatics and history coming together. One last time, $2,795. Hardly any of these coins exist in any condition. This one's mint state. This is where it began. So to go back 2,400 years, 400 years before the birth of Christ, and to own a mint state example of history, that's big time. I want to thank you all for watching. Remember, this is where it all started, here in ancient Greece, in the city of Athens, with this great design. Thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned.
From our Rare Collectibles TV family to yours, we wish you a happy and safe holiday.
We haven't given a presentation on these coins, Jack, in about 6 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
6 years.
Is it that long? Wow.
Getting almost.
Flies, yeah.
These coins are so special. These are among my favorite United States coins because they were struck. We're talking about an early era. This is before the steam press.
Right. Yeah, let alone electricity, hydraulics, lasers, computers.
I like
this
to call
was before steam.
Right. I like to call this the Birth of Our Nation series.
Right.
Because this is the very earliest era in U.S. coin production when they were using what they called the screw press.
Right. Manual labor.
The screw press. Now the screw press. Now Jack, you actually handled. In your hands, you had the very first silver dollar struck in 1794. That was struck during the screw press era.
Right. This was the earliest days of the mint. This particular coin is believed to be the first silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint. It's a spectacular coin.
It's valued in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's a coin that when you see this coin, you just know that this is not made under normal circumstances. You know, with the technology of the day, they made a coin that looks like a proof coin, and that just shouldn't be. That just shouldn't be the case. It's a phenomenal coin.
Well, this can't be a very long presentation, folks, because we don't have very many of these coins. What we have are some cap must-haves struck between 1829 and 1836. during the screw press era in extra fine 40 condition, meaning they were in circulation for a few months.
Yeah.
And they were pulled out of circulation. This was about, almost 200 years ago now.
Right.
Pulled out of circulation and stored somewhere to survive in extra fine 40 condition. These are sensational, folks. They're so lightly worn. And they're all problem-free because, so often, Jack, over the centuries, really, the coins can get cleaned or damaged in some way. And most of the coins, there are so few survivors like this, as you see right here. And they're such a great, great price.
Yeah.
This is sensational. Here, Jack, this is cool.
That's more typical. I
Folks,
love that
these,
coin.
nobody collected these. Nobody saved these. $50 back then was a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
For something that survived, barely circulated. Here's one that Jack has that's more typical of what you would find surviving from this era. And
Pretty worn.
this is amazing because I've got a Franklin $50, and you compare the width of the two coins. You can see how worn,
so worn down.
from decades and decades and decades of wear. What's interesting also, though, is the diameter of these coins are slightly greater than the Franklin Kennedy $50 that followed. So they're larger coins. They're larger coins. To find one with so little wear, here's one, for example, like we have here, extra fine 40, but Jack, it says corroded, cleaned, details.
And that's the thing too, like you're saying, Rick, at this point in the 1820s, 1830s, there weren't coin collectors. 50 cents was a ton of money. Nobody's putting this away. Most of these coins, if they were lucky enough to survive with a minimal amount of wear, 100 years ago, if somebody found one of these coins, people didn't know like they do today.
Exactly.
Don't clean your coins.
Exactly.
They weren't a collector. They just found it in a drawer or something their grandfather had, and it's say 1920 or 1930. Oh, look at this old coin. Let me polish it up to see what it looks like.
Jack, this is exactly what I was collecting Washington quarters as a kid, and you get them and you're changing them. They're all dirty. So I got this book on how to clean your coins. You use baking soda and stuff, and they were so shiny.
Right.
But
they were ruined.
But they were ruined.
Right.
But if we could zoom in any closer on this, and maybe they could see the cleaning on this. Which is typical.
And you can see those.
There you go. There you go.
Those parallel.
Those horizontal lines.
Yep, all around the date there.
You could see somebody was cleaning it, polishing it.
Something abrasive, like you said. It could have been baking soda. Could have been some kind of a scouring pad. But that's damage. That's not what we want as collectors. We want our coins
Folks,
original.
In the condition we've shown you these coins, problem-free, extra fine 40 condition. Take a look at these population charts. This is how rare these coins are. Fewer than 10,000 have been certified in all grades.
All grades, right.
All grades for the dates we have for you today. All grades. Now, to put that in perspective, we've got the population chart for the rarest Morgan dollar. In the Morgan Dollar series, in all grades, the 1893S, where they've graded about 10,000 examples. Here's the cool thing, 1893S Morgan Dollar. I mean, we could fill our stand with 1893S Morgan Dollars in good to extra fine condition, and they sell for $5,000 to $10,000 and more in good to extra fine condition. Extra fine I've seen for $15,000 to $20,000. They'd be easy to get. Getting these coins that we have here, folks, is so much more difficult, as you can see by the population numbers, because these are extra fine 40. They're hard to find. They're really, really tough to find. Now, this is the screw press era. This is what's so fascinating, because this was before they used steam. Jack has some pictures of some screw presses that they used back in the day. This is so cool. When you consider, Jack, back during the Roman times, the Greek times, back in when they made ancients, where they used a hammer to strike coins, they really hadn't advanced much in 2,000 years. They went from a hammer to this screw press to create these coins. This is what they call making coins the real old-fashioned way.
Here's a book about the history of the U.S. Mint. Here, this is a good one too. I like this one. You see this guy just cranking this giant screw.
To make one coin, just to make one coin. Once they got to the steam press era in the late 1830s, With the new steam presses, folks, they could strike over 100 coins a minute, and they were well struck.
Right.
You know, the steam press revolutionized coin making. So these coins, to make these coins, was truly a labor, a lot of labor to make a single coin.
Yeah.
And there are so few survivors, as you can see, they're in extra fine 40 condition. You know, and when you see these listed, here's one. Extra fine details, improperly cleaned. This is a dealer, a 99.9% positive feedback, over 34,000 happy customers, okay? Extra fine details, improperly cleaned, okay? We're not giving you anything that we would call a problem coin. All of our coins are problem-free. They're not cleaned, they're not details, they're not whizzed. $324. Do we have any other comps, Sasha? Again, we can't spend too much time on this, folks, because we don't have that many of these. Rare coin, there's one for $350, ungraded though, you know. So, Jack, and so many of these are cleaned. When you get on, you know, so many the majority are cleaned. That one looks like it's maybe a fine to very
Yeah, I was
fine.
gonna say about a very fine 20.
For $277. Yeah, that's yeah, like Jack says, about a very fine 20.
There's a VF30.
VF30 details. Details meaning it's been cleaned in some way.
Yeah, damaged and cleaned.
Damaged and cleaned for a couple $1,000s.
There's a graffiti. I mean, somebody carved their initials or
Yeah,
scratched something
exactly.
into
Very
the
fine
coin.
30 for a couple $1,000s. Very fine 30, cleaned, retoned, details, $300. Folks, I hope you get the point. Now, one of the unique features of these early cap bust halves is they did not have a reeded edge.
Right.
They did not have a reeded edge. Now, one of the problems they had back in those early times is they had to put something around the rim, because what people would do was file away a little bit of the
Yeah, they'd
silver
clip a
around the
little,
rim,
right.
and, you know, you file a little way of this coin, and it'll file a little way of the next coin, and you accumulate silver that way, and the coins would get smaller and smaller.
Right.
So what they had in these early years, they didn't have a reeded edge. They had what they called the lettered edge, and Jack got a great picture of
we have
this.
a
This
few.
is really cool,
We have a few
folks.
pictures too.
You could say 50,
Right, 50 cents or half a dollar.
and that's what it says on every coin.
Yep.
50 cents or half a dollar. So you would look on around the rim of the coin, and if it didn't say 50 cents or half a dollar around the rim of the coin, you know it had been filed down. Now, of
Right.
course, the penalties were extremely severe for doing that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you face prison time, folks, for doing that. So all these coins have this lettered edge from this screw press era. Folks, if you just want one coin, we're going to get to the price right away here. We've got the 1834. Take a look at this piece. Folks, we've got them for only $299 a coin. $299 a coin. Look at this piece. So lightly, I love it in this condition, Jack, because again, it's so lightly circulated. You see virtually all the detail. It's just incredible.
Exactly. Extremely fine condition is going to have all of the major details. It's just a little bit of wear, you know, at the highest points of the coin.
The reverse of the eagle. You see all the feathers.
Right.
You know,
You can see the feather details. You can see all the, you know, the detail in the leaves there in that olive branch. You know, on the obverse, you see the ringlets
Yep.
in the hair and the curls in the hair.
Jack and I, we bought a small collection of these. We offer up to 5 different dates. The second date we have is even rarer than the 1834. It's the 1832. Even rarer. But if you want to get a 2-coin set, you can get the 1834 and the 1832, but you get it, the 1832 at the same 1834 price, $299. So you get the pair, folks, an extra fine 40 for only $598. Look at this piece. I love these early screw press era cap bust half dollars. And then we have the 3-coin set where we include the 1833, which is even more elusive. Only around 4,900 examples certified, folks, in all grades. That's 4,900 examples certified in all grades, and these are exceptional extra fine 40 examples. Only $897. Again, that's $299 a coin. you get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity. And again, folks, we could fill this stand up with 1893s Morgan dollars, sell them for $5,000 to $10,000 a coin. There would be a lot. Jack,
And what do we say in all grades? There's about 10,000 of those graded, right?
there are about 10,000 of those graded. They'd be much easier for you to find than these coins that we have here.
They'd cost a lot more money.
And they would cost a lot. We'd make a lot more money selling those.
Right.
But these offer such great. I mean, if you're a collector who just wants to own something really cool, something really rare in exceptional condition for for a modest amount of money, this is a great collector special that we have here for you. And then we go to the set of 5, where we've got the 1834, 1832, 1833. And then you're going to get a 4th coin, but the 5th coin in the set will include an 1829. You could get an 1836 or an 1835 or an 1830 as the 4th coin, but the 5th coin will also be an 1829. You'll get a coin in the 1820s.
And that coin also has a much lower pop, additionally.
And that is extremely scarce, only about around 4,500 coins certified in all grades. And again, you're going to get an extra fine 40, which is a very, very high grade for these early cap bust tabs, because these coins were heavily used in commerce. Again, Jack, has this example. I mean, this is the typical quality you find from these coins. For a coin to survive extra fine 40, folks, it was only in commerce. It was only being used in commerce for a few months. And for some reason, it was put away somewhere and sat in a drawer for almost 200 years in undamaged condition. And this is why they are as rare as they are. You get the entire 5-coin set for $1,495.
I love this set. I love the early U.S. coins. I mean, I collect colonial coins. A lot of these coins from this era are really crudely
That's what you
made.
got started at.
Yeah, crudely made, crudely designed. They didn't have, like we talked about, the technology they have today to make these perfect coins. We're used to proof silver eagles and proof gold eagles. These coins
that's
that
such
are
a great
so
point. Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Back then, this is pretty close to perfect for what these coins come like.
This is like state of the art.
Yeah. I mean,
This
they're
is-
using a manual labor. I mean, you can imagine the strikes are not that strong as current strike. I mean, by the end of the day, what's this guy's arms like trying to turn this giant screw press and make these coins?
Yeah.
So I love the it's such a piece of history. I mean, I hold these coins and I look at them and I think about who held these coins? What was going on at this time? Like you said, it's almost 200 years old now.
Well, that's exactly it. To survive in a lightly circulated condition, without any problems, without being cleaned or whizzed or pitted, or damaged in any way. This is why they are as rare as they are. Again, if you've just tuned in, we have these up to 5 different years we can offer. And they're only $299 a coin. When you look at the population table here, you can see how rare these are in certified condition. Most of the coins you see listed when you look on eBay will say something like XF details.
Right.
If it's XF details, it's not included in the population total.
Right.
Most of the examples, like this coin you see right here.
Right. If it's details graded, it means it's ungradable because there's a problem with it. They still put in a holder like you see here.
It has
so
extra
it's
fine
authentic.
details. It's extra fine details.
Right. Which means if it wasn't damaged, it would be an XF40 or a 45 coin.
Right.
But they're saying, this coin's got a problem. It's not worth nearly as much. This is a coin that collectors really don't want.
And it tells you what the problem is right there. In this case, improperly cleaned.
Right.
And this dealer still wants $324 for the coin.
Right.
Again, ours are problem-free coins at $299. If you just tuned in, you can own one of these for only $299. Again, you can see how rare they are. We have a limited number of these. This is why it's going to be a short presentation. It's been almost 6 years since Jack and I have been able to offer these exceptional cap bust halves from the screw press era.
Right.
This is the pre-steam press era coins, when coins were truly made the old-fashioned way.
Yes. And like you said, only $299 a coin. And what we did here is, if you get 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins, or that 5-coin set.
Jack, we just sold 3 sets of 5 for $14.95 to one individual. So that takes away a lot of our inventory.
So if you get the 1, 2, 3, 5-coin set, it's still $2.99 a coin. But the bigger set you get, the increasing rarity you get. We're giving you rarer and rarer coins in each set, but we're not raising the price, which is normally what you expect. But we're able to, the way we did this deal and the way we bought this group, we're able to hold the price down so that even as you get those increasingly rare coins, you're getting it for that same $2.99 a coin up to that $14.95. Still only $2.99.
In other words, if you just buy the 1 coin, the 1834, that's a rare coin. They've only graded around 7,900 examples. It's rarer than an 1893S in certified condition. 1834, only 7,900 graded. It's only $299. But if you get the 5-coin set, that 5th coin is the 1829 with only 4,489 coins graded, almost twice as rare for the same price.
Right.
All 5 coins for $299 a coin in extra fine 40 condition, problem-free.
This is one of those things, like Rick said, we haven't offered this in about 6 years. If we ever do offer this again, I'd be shocked if it wasn't about $3.49 a coin, something like that.
Or $3.95 a coin.
Yeah, or $3.95 a coin easily.
You just acquired this deal, and it's a great little deal. We have, again, we haven't had a deal like this in so many years.
And these coins are so tough. And you know what? I just remembered a funny story from when I was at Stax. So, Stax, obviously, Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah.
Probably one of the biggest counters of any coin store anywhere, right? So we had a dealer who specialized in early U.S. coins, call. And me and my friend still always laugh about this. And this guy calls up and says, "Hey, can you guys do me a favor? I want to buy all of your bust halves that you buy in the store." And we're like, these guys think like, I probably see 1 coin a month, and it's got a hole in it, or it's slick like the one you showed, or it's clean.
A lot of them have holes in it because they hung them around their neck.
I mean, of the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of coins that we bought every month, I'd see like 1 bust half, and it was not XF.
Right, exactly.
It was not a coin like this.
Or it was clean or whizzed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're so rare, as you can see by those population numbers, folks. They are such a great value. This is a cherry picker's special of the highest caliber.
Yeah.
I mean, these early coins from the screw press era, our Birth of the Nation series, when we were making these coins the old-fashioned way in extra fine condition. Get the 5-coin set if you can swing it. It's only $1,495. We got a lot of people calling in. I think we'll have to close it about here, Jack, because again, of some of those tougher dates, we only have a handful of some of these rarer dates in this group here. So this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great. I love this series. This is a series I actually have. My grandfather collected bust halves. I have some of his coins still. So it's a series that I really love.
Yeah, I remember extra fine is such a high grade because I remember when I started collecting. My dad had a small box of coins. He brought it into the kitchen. He opened it up, dumped the coins out, and they were like Barber halves.
Yeah.
Barber halves were struck in the 1890s, early 1900s, but they were in like good condition.
Yeah.
Good condition. They were not very good. They were not fine.
Yeah.
Very fine would have been wow, holy cow. And here we have these coins struck in the 1820s and 1830s that are in extra fine condition.
Yeah.
We've got another set, 2 more sets sold. Okay, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We're going to close it right here. Again, this is these cap bust halves from the screw press era. This is the kind of stuff that Jack and I love to offer you folks, our viewers. I mean, it's great to get so many of those great modern coins struck by the U.S. Mint where you get, the ultimate in quality. I mean, the technology today is so advanced, you get perfection.
Right.
You get perfect coins that are in 70 condition. To get an extra fine 40 from this early era, there's no comparison in terms of the rarity. I mean, these are so very, very rare, folks. These are the kind of coins that you want to put away for your kids, your grandkids. There's so much rarity, so much history in these coins.
It's a piece of history, really.
It truly is. The earliest years of our nation here, it's all yours for only $299 a coin from Jack and I, the Coin Guys.
Thanks for joining us.
But please stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up, because you never know what we're going to come up with next. Thanks again.
The holidays are here at RCTV.
Let's face it, coin collectors, your loved ones have a hard time buying you holiday gifts.
That's why Rare Collectibles TV's private advisory coin team is here to help.
Our expert numismatists specialize in finding the highest quality, rare American coins in the marketplace.
You can trust our private advisory coin team
To find the right coin for you,
At the absolute most collector-friendly price.
skip another year of golf balls and bad ties this holiday.
give our private advisory coin team a call
At 1-800-778-0624.
And create a numismatic wish list that will brighten your holiday season.
That's 1-800-778-0624.
Hello, we're back.
Hello, coin collectors. We are back. How you doing, Rick?
I am doing great, especially when we have something this exciting for another installment from
Yes.
the great American silver dollar hoard. Over
Yes.
50 bags
Yes.
of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. But before I get into what we have for our clients today, Jack, we've got here a picture of a coin that you handled.
Yeah, I
The
get to see
very
this
first,
coin.
folks, before Jack talks about it, this is the very first silver dollar ever struck. Right here.
Yeah, this coin is pretty. This is a wonder coin that shouldn't exist. I had the opportunity at a coin show a while back to hold this coin in my hand and inspect it under a magnifying glass.
amazing. Oh.
And it is a coin that shouldn't exist. 1794 was the first year we struck silver dollars at the U.S. Mint.
We're looking at it close up, just the hair detail. You don't see this on
Yeah,
you know.
the hair detail is insane. You know, most $1794 that exist, first off, I think there's only about 100 or 200 that exist,
Yeah,
period.
yeah.
And typically, even in high grade, you know, the date isn't even all there. There's hardly any hair detail. When you look at this coin, you know that there's something special about the
Yeah.
way they, not the way it survived, which is also special, but the way they made the coin. This coin looks like a proof. It has mirrored surfaces, and PCGS graded it SP, meaning special strike or specimen, because
Right.
there's no record of the making of proof. But when
Yeah.
you look at this coin, there is no doubt that this was made in a very special way. And that's why most experts believe this is the very first silver dollar that was struck by the
You
U.S.
studied
Mint.
every square millimeter of this coin. You handled it. I believe it's the highest price ever paid in auction for any U.S. coin.
Yeah, I believe it's the only coin to break the $10 million barrier in numismatics, period.
I would wager, Jack, that if this coin came up today, it would go for at least double that. For you folks who may not have seen our great American silver dollar hoard presentation in the past. Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've never handled anything like this. Over 50 bags of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. That is just extraordinary. And we've been going through these bags, and what we have for you today are some really, really special coins from this incredible once-in-a-lifetime hoard. Now, before we go any farther, Jack, we have to talk about the fact that Morgan dollars were struck in very large quantities. They
Yes.
struck over 600
Yes,
million.
millions and millions. Most years
Sasha
we
has a
struck
chart
millions.
here. The key to Morgan dollars, folks, is condition rarity.
Right.
Because they were struck in very large numbers, but it isn't until you get into the higher uncirculated grades that they become really valuable. And you can see here by this chart, over the entirety of the series, they struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. A lot of them were melted down during the Pittman Act,
Yeah, almost
1918.
half. You know,
But
approaching half.
that still left, you know, close to 400 million coins, but only about 6.5 million of those have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's
Right.
only 1.7%. Now, as an example, typical Morgan dollars, I picked these up in a coin shop, Jack, for like $30, $35 a coin. First
Yeah,
one.
They look pretty typical.
Yeah, that's
I'd say so.
And that's the most common. They struck, what, about 40, 50 million 1921 Ps?
Yeah.
And you see it's heavily circulated. That's among the most common dates.
Mm-hmm.
But now we get to this next coin here, this 1886. and you flip it over, and there's an O mint mark at the bottom.
Oh, wow. Much better date.
1886
Tough date.
O, but I got it for the same price because it's very common in low-grade
Right.
condition. They struck about 10 million of these.
Yeah.
And then the next coin is a 96 O, which they struck in the millions.
But they all circulated.
But they're,
Virtually
you
all
know,
of them.
and a 96, and again, you can see the O mint mark. But then if you find these coins in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really, really rare. They have
Exactly.
tremendous condition rarity. There's one of the finest 86 O's, and it's a 6.5 that sold many years ago for $161,000. It would be well over $200,000 today.
Right.
But even 6.3s are, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. And there's a 96 O in MS63, a nice choice piece for over $20,000 because it's uncirculated. This
Right.
is where they're really rare. So what we have, if you've never collected silver dollars before, we're starting off with a date jack that is a great coin to build a Morgan dollar collection with. We have an 1880s Morgan dollar. You take a look at this piece. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen.
You look at that luster. ADSs are known for their luster. I mean, the San Francisco Mint in that first part of
Yeah.
the series is known for
Very
really,
few bag marks.
really great quality control.
Incredible luster, full strike, just incredible eye appeal. This is not the kind of coin you find in your local coin shop in this kind of uncirculated condition. You know, you see a full strike, you see the S mint mark at 6 o'clock at the bottom there, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. I spent a day putting this chart together, ranking the rarity of Morgan dollars in terms of their condition rarity in uncirculated condition. With the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition first, and they become progressively rarer as you go down the list. And it's several pages long because there's over 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. In our earlier presentations, Jack, the first coin we offered was the 1881S.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah, you can see there, it's the most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. Even though they struck 12.7 million, you can see they've only graded about 268,000. So, you know, again, most of the coins are circulated, but you do have about 270,000 in uncirculated condition. There's an MS63 for almost $400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 20,000 happy customers.
Right.
Okay, there's an MS62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, over $400.
Right.
So these are not fly-by-night dealers. These are people who are
established dealers, right.
established with 100% positive feedback. If you've never purchased a Morgan dollar before, this is the perfect time to start. We have these ADSs. We're starting with this coin one. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. We've got these coins, Jack. You want to give them the price? You do it.
Yeah, this is yeah. Sure, I'll give them the price. They're probably expecting it's going to be a little more than what I'm going to say.
I'm sure they are.
They're probably guessing if they can get this below $150, I'm going to pick up my phone.
I would say, yeah.
But right now, again,
I would say, I'm thinking right now, okay, he's going to say $99. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, 99 would be great, but as you said, we've been very fortunate with this deal, and right now it's only $59.
$59, folks. You heard correctly. We got such a great deal, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. But that's just the first coin, because we have 9 coins here.
Right.
And each coin, folks, in this set is progressively rare than the preceding coin. The ADS is the most common coin in this group. The next 2 coins we have are the 1886P, and you can see it's rarer than the ADS, only 146,000 graded.
Right.
And then the last coin in this initial set we have offered is the 1898O.
Right. And that's about twice as rare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And over twice as rare. That's a New Orleans mint coin.
Historic mint.
Historic. These are great coins, folks. This 1886p, again, Jack, these coins were meant for commerce. They're large, heavy coins.
Right.
Folks, these were struck from the die press. They're ejected into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting
Yep.
machines.
They're sorted, they're put in bags.
Dumped into bags, thrown onto a train where they go cross country.
And
How it survives like
and
this.
thrown onto a train is a key statement there, because
Yes.
when you're moving hundreds of bags of coins that weigh about 55, 60 pounds each,
They're heavy.
these guys
They're
are
heavy.
not just tenderly stacking these. They are tossing these bags of coins, and the coins bang against each other. They get
Look at this
abrasions.
98.0. And there again, you see the O mint mark, meaning this coin was struck in New Orleans at 6 o'clock at the bottom there. It was struck in New Orleans.
And I love New Orleans mint coins.
We actually tried to break in there.
We
right?
tried.
We
We tried. We were chasing each other around the basement there. But I love it because there's the history of, this is the only mint that struck coins for 3 different governments. Struck for the Union, it struck for
That's
the
a
state
good
of
point.
Louisiana, and
Yeah.
it struck for the Confederacy. There's a lot of history there. And then, of course, by now, in the 1880s, 1890s, it's back in Union hands at
I
this
think
point,
they-
striking
and
these
they-
Morgan
they
dollars.
closed down, what was it, 1907 or 08, something around there in 09. Early 1900s, the New Orleans Mint closed down. So a New Orleans Mint is always one of the most valuable, value.
There's such a story there. And as coin
Yeah.
collectors, we love
Yeah.
those stories, the history. I mean, that's a big reason why I collect coins.
Here's the best part, folks. Here's the best part. We've got a couple of comps on the 1898.0. Again, Jack found top-rated sellers. Here's an established seller, almost 1,500 happy customers, 100% positive feedback. 1898.0. You take a look at this piece here. I'm assuming it's a brilliant uncirculated specimen, $475. Okay. Here's another one, 1898.0, $625. Some toning that doesn't look very attractive to me. Very established seller.
Right? Looks like a real BU.
Yeah. Very established. Again, 100% positive feedback, over 400 happy customers. We've got this entire 3-coin set, Jack.
Yeah.
All 3 examples. Folks, you can start with just the ADS for $59. But then we have this 3-coin set where you get the 86p that's even rarer than the ADS, and the 98.0 that's over twice as rare as the ADS. And all 3 for only $59 a coin. In other words, all 3 for only $177. Doesn't get any better than that, Jack.
And these are, as we mentioned, increasingly more rare. That 98.0 is twice as rare as the ADS and almost twice as rare as the 86p.
Well, that's the amazing.
But we didn't raise the price. We left the $59
That's the
a
amazing
coin.
thing, because when you get talk about the Morgan dollars, it's really only the first, 10 or so dates. Relatively easy to get an
Right, where there's-
uncirculated.
right, where there's
After
over
that, they get
100,000,
really
right.
scarce, beginning with this 98.0. But folks, okay, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Okay, those are the first 3 coins. We've got 5 coins to go here. But if you want just that, if you can only swing, like a couple $100, if that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start with those 3 coins. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. But now we get to the next coins.
Here we go, the scarce dates section of our
Now
chart.
look at this. We started with.
By the way, I love these charts you make, Rick. This is awesome. This is so informative.
It takes me a day to put this together. Yeah, but I know it really puts it into perspective, because you don't realize how rare they are until all of a sudden you see the numbers. You say, "Holy cow! I knew it was a tough coin to get."
Exactly.
But this explains why it's
That's
so tough.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I go, some of these I know they're tougher than others, but then I look at the numbers and I go, wow.
Yeah. The 4th and 5th coins are the 98p and the 82p. And you've got coins that are about almost 10 times rarer than the ADS in the 98p and the 82p. And interestingly enough, Jack, you've got coins like the 1878 CC in BU is what, about a $400 or $500 coin?
Wholesale. I'd pay more than that for almost anything. Easy.
I mean, and the 8185 CC, because they're low mintage, but still, some of them go for $1,000.
Well, what
or
I was
more.
going to say too is, looking at this chart, what stands out to me is just what you said. The 81 and 85 CC are very famous key dates, very low mintages,
Exactly, yeah.
which to me, the 98 and the 82 that we're about to talk about here are real sleepers. Everyone knows about these Carson City coins.
Yes.
They know the mintages were tiny, but what they don't realize is the 98p and 82p, even though they had much higher mintages,
Yes.
they did not survive. They were
Exactly.
melted, they were circulated, and they do not exist.
Jack,
so these are the sleeper coins.
You made the most important point here. Here, take a look at this 98p. So difficult.
Any of those 3cc dates
Yeah.
we just mentioned in the
Full
same
strike.
grade here, in the same grade we have here, would be over $500, like $500 to $800
Boy,
a
in
coin.
this condition, I'd say they'd be in the $1,000 price
Yeah,
range or
yeah,
more. This
these-
is
yeah.
a spectacular piece. And then the next coin, the 82p. Over 11 million struck, yet only 21,700 certified in uncirculated condition. And here's a beautiful, fully struck example. There's no mint mark at the bottom, meaning it was struck in Philadelphia.
Right.
If there's no mint mark at the bottom, there's no O or no S or no CC or no D. It's just plain. It means it was struck in Philadelphia.
Because that's the headquarters of the mint. Originally, Philadelphia was the only mint, and then the other ones that they established, they call branch mints.
We found one comp for you, an 82p, $500.
Uncertified. Looks like a BU,
Uncertified,
but it's
it
hard to
looks
say
BU.
from a picture.
Yeah. It is a much rarer date, as we've been saying. And again, a top-rated seller. Here's a seller, over 3,300 happy customers, 100% positive feedback for a nice BU 82p. Here's what Jack and I are offering. Okay, we've got the 3-coin set for $177. But if you want to add the 98p and the 82p, those extremely rare dates, you could own all 5 of these coins, folks, for $355 for all 5 coins.
Coins of similar rarity are
Yeah.
selling for well over the double, triple the $355 here.
For single coins. And again, these were coins we hand selected. There were a lot of other coins in the bags, in these bags, but these are coins we said, boy, as far as future potential, like you said, Jack, as far as being underrated, that they're just super sleepers. These are our top picks in this collection from this great American silver dollar hoard in this particular set here. So we've got this 5-coin set. If you want to get the 5-coin set, it's only $355. And then finally, we have,
Yeah, this is.
what would you call this? The grand finale.
Yeah, grand finale is good.
This is the
word for
grand
it.
finale.
This is good.
We've got 4 other coins. You saw that last page where we're getting into the scarce dates, so we call them the scarce dates, the 98p and the 82p. So you saw we added those scarce dates, the 98p and the 82p. Now the last 4 dates, though, are going to be on the following page. Take a look at this. Extremely scarce. Total certified under 20,000 coins. Look at this, wow. 97p, only 19,500 certified. 810, 18,000. The 03p, 13,500. And then this is the best coin of all.
Yeah, this is the cherry on top here.
1878, 8 tail feather. We started off this presentation, folks, talking about the first silver dollar ever struck that Jack handled, the 1794. The 1878 8-tail feather was the first Morgan dollar ever struck.
Right.
First struck 1878 at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. They only struck this coin, what they call the 8-tail feather variety, for maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
They
short
discontinued
period.
the coin. This is a fascinating story.
Right.
The eagle shouldn't have 8 tail feathers, should have only 7
Right,
tail
it should have an
feathers.
odd amount of tail feathers, the longest feather in the middle. Who even is studying it and noticing that? I mean, I don't think there are as many serious numismatists in 1878 as there are today.
Right.
I know there aren't. So whoever noticed that in the first place is, hats off to them.
Yeah.
But they decided
They completely changed, they
let's
changed
fix the
eagle
design.
to 7 tail feathers, and the majority of 1878s are the 7 tail variety.
Right.
at the Philadelphia Mint. The eight-tail feather is only around fewer than 750,000 coins struck. Again, they only struck it for about 3 to 4 weeks. Take a look at these folks. This is extraordinary. The best part of all, again, is the price we're able to offer these at. But we're starting with that first coin, the 1897p. So rare in this condition.
Right.
In brilliant uncirculated condition, only 19,500 certified in all grades of uncirculated condition. Look at this brilliant uncirculated specimen. Absolutely breathtaking. The luster, the strike, everything, Jack.
Love getting to look through all these different dates and mint marks and varieties. Oh, it's so fun for me.
The next date, the 1881-0, though. Talk about a sleeper, only 18,000 certified.
Oh, that's a great date, 81-0. Those O mints are tough.
This
in high
New
grade.
Orleans mint is so underrated. So underrated. It's so difficult to get. And there you see that O mint mark at the bottom. And this one is a full strike. So you got the 81-0 there, and then the 03P. Again, only 13,595 certified over the 03P. This is one of those coins where, again, they struck about 4.5 million. A lot of them were melted down. Very few survivors in uncirculated condition. But then the granddaddy of them all, and this is the coin I'm so proud of being able to offer. This first silver dollar design ever struck, first struck in March 11th, 1878 for perhaps a few weeks. They only struck 749,000 examples.
Certainly a short period of time.
Only 12,700 certified in uncirculated condition. We flip it over, you see the 8 tail feathers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This unique design, first Morgan dollar design ever struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce. We're in this set today.
I mean, this is one of those coins really that has kind of all of those factors we look for as coin collectors. You got this story. It's the first coin in the whole series. So right there, everybody loves the coin.
Yeah.
You've got the quality, obviously, we're showing you. These are beautiful, beautiful coins.
I mean, if you don't buy a single Morgan dollar,
right.
you get the 8 tail feather, the first one design ever struck.
But then, of course, like you're mentioning, again, I love these charts you make, Rick, because then you look at that, only less than 13,000 have been certified to date. I mean, it's obviously it's got the rarity as well.
Yeah.
These are the kind of coins. 1878 8 tail feather is a coin I buy every one I see. When I go to coin shows, I do not pass an 1878 8 tail feather.
And the thing is, we have a few comps. We couldn't find one for the 8 tail feather. You take a look at some of these comps. Here's an 1897. Again, an uncirculated specimen.
It's actually a really good price.
That's a good price, $300. This dealer doesn't have 100% positive. He's only 97.5, but that's still
that was an
very
A+
good.
when I went to school.
You're right. And then we got another date here. 81-0, this really tough O mint in uncirculated condition, $800. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. The last comp we have, here's the 03P for basically $500. 03P, $500, over 8,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback.
That's a pretty good track record.
And then the rarest coin of all, we couldn't find a comp for, folks, but it is the most valuable coin of all. Folks, Jack, again, I'm going to give you the honors. We've got 9 coins here. 9 coins.
9 coins. A lot of them we've shown comps, $500 coins.
And more.
And more. And we have all 9 for way. I hear people's jaws drop.
Can I say it?
You can do it. You can do it.
Folks, it's $995 for the 9 coin set. This is a spectacular set. You can't do any better than this. We're going to have other sets from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, but the coins in this set, with the first silver dollar ever struck, the 8 tail feather, that 97p, 81-0, the 03p, and all these others for only $995. You will not find a better silver dollar deal anywhere else in the country than you're seeing right now from this Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Jack and I were so fortunate, and we're passing it on to you today. The 9-coin set. We got a lot of people now calling in, getting the complete 9-coin set with these extraordinary rarities, all for only $995.
Yeah, that's a lot of bang for your buck right there.
It's incredible. And this is the key to it, because the easiest thing for Jack and I to do would be to just offer you 9 really common dates.
Right.
We're not doing that. If you're going to start collecting these coins, we want to give you a taste of the entire series. A couple common dates in the set, but then you're getting some scarce dates and some extremely scarce dates.
Right.
You're getting the entire package, the full range, for only $995. Again, as we showed the viewers earlier, there's some dates like that 96O and MS6263 is a $20,000, $30,000 coin. 1893S, the king of them all.
Yeah, MS60, just an MS60, not a 63 or 65. MS60 is about 200,000 or so these days.
Yeah, exactly. So these are the dates that have tremendous rarity, tremendous condition rarity, tremendous bang for your numismatic dollar. Again, when we got these coins out of the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, to be able to get these key dates and to put them in a package for only $995. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. We have a limited number of these sets, I should add. We don't have that many because of the difficulty of the 8-tail feather, especially that one coin.
There's a few coins, but this in particular, that one.
Because not only is it extremely rare, but it's understandably a date that's in the highest demand because it is the first silver dollar design ever struck. Again, March 11th, 1878, at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. That's when the 1878 8-tail feather was first struck, and they only struck them for a few weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, 749,000 examples. They discontinued the design because they decided that the eagle should not have 8 tail feathers.
Right.
It should have only 7 tail feathers. So they stopped production. We have to have
Stop
it with
the presses.
7 tail feathers. So anyway, that's the story of the coin. And I'm looking at this one. Did this one have 7 tail feathers? I suppose.
Good question.
I suppose so. That's why the keeping with tradition. I guess that's what it was all about. That's the story, and this is what makes collecting these coins so much fun.
I wish I counted the tail feathers now when I get to look at that coin in person.
We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. We're going to have to close it out right here, Jack.
Yeah.
Because again, limited number of these sets.
Exactly. I think we could talk about these coins all night, but like you said, there's only so many coins, so we're going to have to cut it off at some point.
This has been a lot of fun.
It has been.
Oh boy, Jack. We want to thank you folks for watching. Jack and I will have more surprises around the corner. Keep tuning in to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, the Coin Guys, because you never know what Jack and I will come up with next. Thanks for watching. Here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Jack, James, and I take great pride in providing you, our viewers, with relevant coin information and special numismatic history. We enjoy creating short documentaries on important people in the coin community, like John Mercanti, Edmund Moy, and Miles Standish. We have also produced film shorts on historical numismatic landmarks, like the Granite Lady in San Francisco, the famed Carson City Mint in Nevada, and Sutter's Mill, home of the California Gold Rush. To watch all these great documentaries and learn more about the wonderful world of numismatics, go to the Rare Collectibles TV YouTube page. Type Rare Collectibles TV in the search bar and click on the pic of Jack and me. You can watch many numismatic videos, including interviews, documentaries, coin trivia, the adventures of Rick and Jack, and much more. And make sure you click the subscribe button in the top right corner so that you'll be notified every time a new video is posted. Where else can you get so much numismatic info and fun all in one place? So go to the Rare Collectibles TV page on YouTube and join the hundreds of subscribers already enjoying our YouTube videos. Thanks for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, everyone would like to thank you for being part of our numismatic family. Happy holidays to you and your loved ones. Hey everyone, and welcome to RCTV. Do you all remember in 1999 when the numismatic world was turned on its ear because of a program known as the State Quarters? That really began a revolution in numismatics that brought literally millions of coin collectors into the hobby. And it really was all about this State Quarter series. It was 50 coins that the U.S. decided to issue, one coin for each state representing all 50 states in the Union. And over a 10-year period, these coins were released. And millions of collectors started pulling these coins out of their pocket change or going to the bank and getting them brand new and filling in the slots in coin albums or a big map of the United States. Well, the U.S. Mint took notice of that, and from this 50-state coin program, which ended in 2008, they began another program, which was America the Beautiful. It was a 50-coin series of parks and monuments. At the same time, the Mint figured it was high time for a dollar series that was very similar, honoring all of the presidents. That began in 2007. Now, that series is complete right now at 39 coins from 2007 to 2016. The 39 coins represent the 39 presidents in the order that they served who are not living. So it ends with Gerald Ford, the last president in 2016 to be commemorated with a presidential dollar coin. One of the things about the presidential dollar series was hundreds of millions of these coins were struck to be circulated as money, to be released into the money supply. And of course, there were many, many millions of hungry coin collectors who had completed their sets of the State Quarters and the parks and really were looking for another series to collect. So when the dollar series came along, it all started over again. People were running everywhere they could find chains or going to the banks and pulling out of circulation the mint state presidential dollars. And when you look at the mintages, the very first year, almost 1 billion coins, 940 million and then some, were struck for 2007. And in 2007, 4 presidents were honored. It was 4 a year until 2016, where there were only 3. We're going to feature these 39 presidents in the original way, the way that people who were finding the absolute highest grade for these coins, the Proof 70, Ultra and Deep Cameos, the perfect coins in original government packaging. These presidential dollars are in the original sealed up lenses. All those coins were put in there not by a private entity, but by the United States Mint themselves. They're all struck at San Francisco. Originally known as the golden dollar because of its appearance. Not gold, but known as the golden dollar. In fact, 70% of this coin is manganese. There's some nickel in there as well. The Mint found out rather quickly they're really, really difficult to strike because of the composition of the metal. So for every one of those coins that you see, probably 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 of them were rejected for quality control. And the Mint really did a wonderful job on these coins. So obviously for 2007, starts with George Washington, represents every one of the presidents all the way up to Gerald Ford. So mintages were one thing. The Mint States, just the first couple of years, there were 1.5 billion coins struck. But there was another issue, and you're looking at it right there, the issue of these coins that was struck for the collector in proof. The method of manufacture where each coin is struck a minimum of 2 times on a perfect mirrored blank. The design is imparted, and you see that cameo appearance, that black background, and that frosty relief of each one of the presidents. Now, proof coinage is a little bit different than the Mint State. The proof coinage is never intended to circulate. It's never released into circulation. Try as you might. Of all the billions of these coins that were struck in Mint State, you could search forever through change, and you're never going to find the collector's version. Well, the collector's version, for instance, in 2007, there were 940 million presidential dollars struck, and just a little under 4 million presidential dollars in proof. And that theme carries on throughout the entire series, where you will see that in 2016, lowest year of all, 1.196 million issued, where in Mint State, there were 33,320,000. Here's an opportunity to get the highest quality coins known to man. Because when you see these coins in the highest grade attainable, this is where they come from. It's almost a guarantee that if you don't submit these presidential dollars in their original packaging to the grading services, that you will have no chance whatsoever for the ultimate grade of Proof 70, Ultra Cameo, or Deep Cameo. Collected by millions, but all of those millions of people who have collected these presidential dollars in Mint State, mostly all of them, I mean, look at it. Almost 1 billion coins struck in 2007 and only 3.9 million issued in proof. A lot of people didn't get them. I gotta tell you guys, for 39 of these coins, we're not even gonna be $8 a coin for these in original government packaging. $295 for the entire collection of the presidential dollars in proof in original government packaging. And what that means is these coins have never been touched by anybody. Never were handled at the U.S. Mint. They've been in the original sealed Mint packaging since the day they were struck. You can see the very last year there on the display only had 3 coins in it. That wrapped up the series. I have a lot of comps here that I really want to show you on what these coins that come out of these sets, when they grade a perfect Proof 70, what they're all about. The Kennedy coin passing by there is one of the most popular issues ever. Here's a George Washington in a Proof 70 coin that brought over $305. By the way, all of these, I think I mentioned, struck at the San Francisco Mint. The collector's mint, for all the collectors in the United States of America, San Francisco strikes coins for you. Here's a John Adams in a 70 for $52. You can bet it came out of an original mint-sealed set. Here's a Thomas Jefferson from 2007, a little under 40. This is what I want to show you guys. Now remember, we're talking about all 39 of these coins for $295. You do the math, that's $7.56 a coin. A lot of potential here. It's great to be able to own a complete and total collection in its entirety without having to go search around anywhere for any coins. And think of the potential of this deal, because here they are housed in their original government packaging. Whether you choose to submit them now or wait, they will always be taken from the original mint-sealed packaging. They will always be recognized by any grading service as the only way that you could possibly get a perfect grade of a coin, because the grading services will never consider grading a coin a perfect grade that didn't originally come out of the mint packaging. A set of 4 from 2007, the first year, all in 70, $950, and if my math is correct, that's $237.50 a coin. We're at $295 for the entire collection. All 39 coins. Each one of these coins, you don't see the dates on the coins because each coin has date, mint mark, and motto encoused on the edge. So they're edge-lettered coins. That's a throwback to the very first coins, the very first dollar coins struck at the U.S. Mint back in the late 1790s. So we're moving into 2008. 2008, Andrew Jackson in a 70, a $57 coin. Quincy Adams, $51 in a 70 grade. James Monroe for 2008 in a 70 grade, $54. Now here's a 2009 set of 4 that graded perfect. Almost $200, about $50 a coin. And we're going to move a little bit. Here's 2012. Now 2012 was a really short mintage year for proof sets and proof coinage in general. So here's a set at $325 for 4 that were issued in 70 for 2009. It's over $80 a coin. And lastly, for 2016, Gerald Ford in a 70 grade, $52. This is the very last of the presidential dollars. So the entire collection encompasses the years 2007 to 2016. It's 39 coins, all in original government packaging. Now, I'll tell you, the opportunity to get these coins in original government packaging doesn't come around every day. We don't have an endless supply of these because most of these got broken up because of the individual coins or the coins graded by a grading service in a high grade. Obviously, one coin, we're seeing one coin being offered at more than we're offering the entire collection of 39 for. And I love this collection so much because of its originality, because of the fact that the coins have never been touched. They've remained in the original government lenses since the day they were struck, whether it be 2007 or 2008 or 2016 at the San Francisco Mint, and they have never been handled. And proof coinage is so special. The Mint even designates a special proof coinage striking area where it's like a clean room where, believe it or not, the coin press operator, who's incidentally operating this coining press by hand, not automated, not just shooting in the blanks 1,000 a second, but each and every one of these coins is struck a minimum of twice. And only 15 or 20 coins are struck at a time before the operation starts all over again. The coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, they're re-cleaned and polished, reinserted, the blanks are inspected to make sure they're as near perfect as can be, or perfect, and then that process starts over again. It's lengthy. No matter what the Mint sells a proof set for, they could never come out on top because it costs so much to strike just one proof coin because of everything that goes into it. It is meant from the very beginning of time to showcase both the technological and the artistic achievement of the greatest mint in all the world, the United States Mint, and specifically speaking, the United States Mint at San Francisco. I call it the collector's mint because it is where all collector coins, or most collector coins, are struck. And everybody knows that reputation that San Francisco always have had because of the Morgan dollar with an S Mint mark, sought after by collectors everywhere. But because of that reputation that's legendary, everybody wants a San Francisco struck dollar. Folks, I can't guarantee that every coin will be a 70 or every other coin, or I can't guarantee any. But I can tell you this. When you see all these coins that are represented, even at $300 for just one, or $237 for one, or $80 for one, every single one of those coins that garnered that spectacular ultimate grade of Proof 70, a grade of perfection, came from original government packaging. You can bet on it. There's no two ways about it. So this is a collection for the ages. All 39 of the presidential dollars issued in Proof Ultra Cameo from the San Francisco Mint for $295, all in original government packaging. And I want to thank you for watching Rare Collectibles TV. And of course, as always, I invite you to stay tuned for more great coins. Thank you. The holidays are approaching, and the food is being prepared. All of us at Rare Collectibles TV would like to wish you and your loved ones a safe and joyous time together. Happy holidays. Welcome, welcome, collectors. I want to welcome you all to Rare Collectibles TV. My name is James Gerstel. I'm really excited. I kind of got to be nailed to the floor because whenever I get a chance to do classic United States gold, I get really excited. Gold is just so magical, right? Everybody loves gold. And the tradition of gold as money, it goes back thousands of years. So when our forefathers, the founders of this country, decided that we would have a 16-to-1 ratio in our money. And you know what that means from the very beginning? And what it meant was 16 ounces of silver equals 1 ounce of gold. And all of our money, all of our currency, originally was backed by precious metals on deposit in the Treasury. So you go way back to a time in the US of A, in this great country, where every bill that was printed, every dollar bill, $5 bill, $100 bill, had the backing of gold. Because it wasn't money without the gold. So what is gold? Gold is money. And now that we've established that, as you go back more than a century, that was never more true. Absolutely never. And the reason is this. In 1849, the California Gold Rush began. The California Gold Rush is the reason why I'm holding this gold coin in my hand right now. Because this gold coin, specifically this gold coin, came about and came from the gold fields of California. Previous to the discovery of gold in California, the highest denomination of a United States gold coin was a $10 gold piece. That coin, being the largest, had just about a half an ounce of gold in it. But along came the California Gold Rush, which was responsible for the discovery of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold. And at that point in 1850, it was established that the US of A would issue a new gold coin, a large, extremely large and heavy gold coin, larger than any gold coin struck for circulation the U.S. had ever issued. And it would be known as the $20 gold double eagle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the $20 gold double eagle began in 1850, and that's where we're going to pick up our story. In 1850, Type 1 $20 gold liberties were issued. And that ran from 1850 to 1866. In 1866, about midway through the year, the motto was added to the reverse of the $20 gold piece, "In God We Trust." And from 1866 to 1876, the $20 gold double eagles were issued. We call them Type 2s. Type 3s, of which we are featuring a coin, and a very special Type 3 issue, were the last series of the $20 gold Liberty. And they were issued from 1877 to 1907. Type 3 $20 gold liberties are an extremely popular issue. And one of the reasons for it is because of a couple of dates which are very prevalent and available to collectors all over the world. Type 3 $20 gold liberties. If you really root around and you do a lot of research, you can find some issues that are so far below the market that they're a must-buy for collectors. And one of the reasons for that is the opportunity to get these coins is it's a small window, it's fleeting. Here's why. Now, being so popular, the Type 3s and all $20 gold double eagles, but this is what we're up against. The most popular of all the $20 gold double eagles is 1904 from Philadelphia. And one of the reasons why is the mintage, 6.2 million. Well, that's not what makes it popular. Because of such a high mintage, there's a lot of coins available in the marketplace. But take a look at the figure all the way to the right. They struck 6.2 million coins, and yet the percent of all the gold double eagles, when you look at the whole entire catalog, the 1904P is only 3.59%. So you see the figure in red at the very bottom. That's the coin we're featuring, 1897. And it is available in a very, very alarmingly small rate. It's just a little bit over 0.75%. So it is dramatically reduced in terms of availability. So right off the bat, we're dealing with a coin that just doesn't come around very often because most Type 3s are going to be post-1900. But when you start looking at pre-1900 Type 3 gold liberties, the world just opens up. Double eagles, 1850 to 1933. The liberties break down this way in terms of mintage. Almost 104 million. And the St. Gaudens, about 70 million. Now that's very important because the workhorse coin was the $20 gold liberty. This coin was struck by the U.S. government to be released into circulation. And there we have the whole story. It's a fact that most of the $20 gold double eagles, whether they be liberties or St. Gaudens, were released into circulation. We are very fortunate here at Rare Collectibles because we are one of the only numismatic firms that have a direct pipeline to something very special. Coins that are making their way to the United States of America from European banks. It's known as the European Gold Bank Hoard. We have come up with an issue that has recently arrived from a sealed bank vault. This is no joke. In Europe. They're all dated 1897. They were all struck at Philadelphia. They're all mint condition. And they are all mint state 62s. And by the way, in the Smithsonian, where the largest collection of United States coins is housed, resides just one, 1897. And it happens to be an MS-62. Now, one thing you're going to notice about these coins right off the bat, the wow factor. The luster and the strike and the fact that there are very little in the way of contact marks on these coins. Generally, these coins will be all scratched up, all abraded, just from the striking process by itself. This is the largest gold coin the U.S. ever issued for circulation. It is large and it is extremely soft gold. So it was easily prone to contact marks, abrading from other coins, bag marks, you name it. Most of them won't be good looking. Once in a while, we come up with a mini hoard from the gold hoard, and here's what we have. All 1897s, all Philadelphia struck. I'd like you to take a look at one of the most important things you can take into consideration when you are getting involved in United States gold pre-1933. What that is the melt rate. What's the melt rate, you ask? Well, during the course of history, the United States government by themselves were responsible for melting millions of gold coins that they had struck. Now, a couple of ways that it happened. You see right there in $20 golds, almost 40% of all the $20 gold double eagles that were ever struck were melted by our own government. And that's just between 1933 and 1939. And this came about because of the Great Depression. Well, the Great Depression caused bank failures. Bank failures caused run on banks. People lined up to withdraw all their savings out of banks because otherwise they would have lost everything. Thousands of banks went under, were shuttered, went broke during the Great Depression. That meant thousands, millions of Americans lost everything. One of the worst times in the history of the U.S. But because of that, there was a presidential order that was issued. It was issued in April of 1933, Presidential Order 6102. Required all U.S. citizens in possession of more than $100 worth of gold to turn it in within 1 month's time to the U.S. government. And this gold would be then melted down. So there you see how almost 40% of all the $20 gold double eagles, whether they be Liberties or whether they be St. Gaudens, were melted down by our own government, creating shortages, creating rarities, creating scarcity. They made a lot of Type 3 $20 gold Liberties. I'm not going to deny that, over 64 million coins. But here's the thing. Most of those issues that survive today, ladies and gentlemen, were not pre-1900. It's really difficult to get your hands on $20 gold Liberties that are dated 1897. And I'll just get into this a little bit. Here is what's so important. Type 3 $20 gold Liberties that have been certified by PCGS in Mint State, and that's all grades of Mint State. Of the 64 million struck, only 591,000 have been certified in all grades of Mint State. As a percentage, that's not even 1%, 0.92%. Type 3 $20 gold Liberties, a mere 204,000 have been graded. Now this is across the whole spectrum of Type 3s, only 204,000 in a 62 grade. And when you look at that as a percentage, it's not even a third of 1%. And the 1897, the highest grade ever recorded for this coin, PCGS certified 1 Mint State 65 plus and only 9 in a Mint State 65. There are thousands of collectors today of classic United States gold coins. Thousands of collectors have joined our hobby in the last year. One of the reasons for that is the appreciation for history. When you take the time to look into our great numismatic past, it really, I mean, I hate to sound corny, but it really is a bright numismatic future when you look at our numismatic past and you start doing the necessary research and you start delving in to the scarcity of coins and why some are so much better than others. And then you allow us to locate collections that make sense in every way that a collector wants it to. In the quality, in the rarity, in the eye appeal, and probably what is so important to you and me, in the value. Here's why. At $2,995 for an 1897 struck in Philadelphia in a Mint State 62 is way more valuable than anybody, including myself, even realized before I started delving into this. It's a pretty small mintage, only 1,383,000 coins. And take this to the bank, so to speak, folks. Of the 1,383,175 coins that were issued by Philadelphia in 1897, PCGS has only managed to locate 6,520 coins in a Mint State 62. As a percentage, that's not even half of 1% grade in an uncirculated 62. 1904 from Philadelphia, same mint that struck the 1897. A few years removed, look how the world had changed. Going into the 20th century, larger populations, more demand than ever, and over 6 million coins were struck. And it's still a really small percentage of all the gold double eagles, but it is one of the most prolific years. the 1897 with a drastically reduced mintage and a percentage of about 0.75% is why we're here right now. We go back to the 1904P, and one of the reasons why it's so important to note the 1904Ps, 9 times out of 10, this is what most collectors will get their hands on, because with a mintage of 6.2 million, they're much easier to find. Now here's the real difficult part for Rare Collectibles TV. We go with the coin that is so much harder to get your hands on, that certifies at such a smaller rate, that the mintage was so much smaller. You know, 1 million versus 6 million, night and day. Well, take a look at this coin right here of the higher mintage, over 6 million, in the same grade as the 1897 we're selling right now for $2,995. That coin sold for almost $3,900. And it was at an auction. So you know, when a coin is auctioned off, it'll start at rock bottom at absolutely nothing. And the room will fill up and paddles will be waving in the air, and that coin landed at $3,877.50. But I wonder if the buyer knew, if he knew that he could watch our show and come up with a coin and walk away with a coin that is so much rarer for a lot less money, for nearly $1,000 less. That's what we do here. Everybody loves value. But when you get the value with the rarity, with the grade, with the certification, then you're not just talking about value. You're talking about a coin keeper. You're talking about the place in your coin collection that was empty with an 1897 that is now going to be filled with this coin. And why does this coin deserve to be in your collection? This was the largest gold coin the U.S. ever issued for circulation. Nearly 1 full ounce of gold. And the coin was so soft that literally, I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to hold one of these coins in your hand, but when you do, you can feel its weight. You can feel its heaviness, its solidness. But one thing about it, some of the softest gold, because it's nearly pure, was used in these coins. And you know what that means? Literally, you can scratch this coin with a fingernail. You remember those old cartoons where the guy would bite the coin, or in the old movies, right? Well, that was done because everybody knew that if the coin was soft, if you could feel that it was soft, it was real. It made uncirculated coins hard to find, because every one of these coins were released into circulation. Every one of these coins were delivered to banks. Every one of these coins were retrieved from banks by customers who spent them. Most of these coins were pulled from circulation when they got too worn by your own government. Others were mandatorily turned in by U.S. citizens during the Great Depression. You had to do it. It was a law to be melted down. So even if you had the finest uncirculated example, chances are, because we know that almost 40% of all the $20 golds were melted, chances are it got melted down. So when you take almost 40% of all the 20s that were ever struck or that existed, and you put them in the melt pile, wow, you dramatically reduced the amount of coins that will ever land in collectors' hands by a huge amount. And then when you start studying how many in mint state, and you look at the occurrence of these coins, and no matter what date in a $20 gold, you're never going to find one that over 5% exists. It just doesn't happen in uncirculated grade, or even in any grade, because these coins have long disappeared or melted down or been put in jewelry. So an uncirculated $20 gold piece going all the way back to 1897 is a prized find. That's why one with a mintage 6 times what the coin we're selling is nearly $1,000 more. There's no question about it. At Rare Collectibles TV, what we do seems like the impossible. And I've been a coin collector, I've been a coin dealer for decades. The finds that we're able to come up with today, the trickle of coins that are coming in from the European gold bank hoards, look, the flow of coins has stopped completely from Europe. Absolutely. All that's left now are the really tough dates, the ones that have been held back all this time. Those are the ones that Rare Collectibles gets their hands on. That's how we bring a coin like this that managed from 1897 to survive in uncirculated condition through some of the most trying economic times this country and the world had ever seen. There are many, many economic downturns, including the ultimate, the granddaddy, the Great Depression in 1929, which lasted all the way through the 30s. So a $20 gold coin back then bought a lot. And you know, most people could not afford to save them, to put them away, to collect them. It was too vital for continued existence. All right, guys, one thing I got to do is shorten this up. I realize that. But there's so much history to United States gold. We are numismatists at heart, which means that we seek out the rare. We want to understand every single issue of gold. And the $20 gold series is so vast, from 1850 all the way to 1933. A time in this country where gold ruled the world. And for those who own gold, well, it made their lives a lot easier. One of the reasons why we love the gold coins of that bygone era is because we marvel at how they survived, how they exist, something that should have been melted down, something that was ordered to be turned in, something that should never made its way out of Europe, and something that shouldn't even exist today from 1897 in uncirculated condition. It's like opening up a garage and finding a Model T, a 100-year-old Model T that had never been driven, that was parked from day one and just left there. When does that happen? Once in a while, just like these. Once in a while. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a final opportunity at less than $3,000 when our competitors, well, I got to tell you, I don't think there are too many competitors to Rare Collectibles, because this coin right here that sold for almost $3,900 was at an auction. It probably started at $20 at the face value. For less than $3,000, $2,995 with a split payment of $1,497.50, you'll land one of these coins in your collection. One that exists in the smallest percentage in uncirculated of so many of the coins out there. An opportunity to buy a coin that is part of the history of this country. It's all here, and it's all less than $3,000. Folks, I got to go because they are getting ready to rush the set here and forcibly remove me. But I've had a great time trying to give you my perspective on the history of numismatics and how we get here right now. The scarce was scarce back then. Today, it's downright rare. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay tuned.
Sarah is smart. She stays connected with Rick's US Coin Show because she signed up for our weekly email update. She gets the latest info on Rick's picks, Jack's coin suggestions, videos, numismatic fun facts, and more. So go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up for our weekly email update. There's no obligation, and you can opt out at any time. Be smart. Be like Sarah. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's US Coin Show. Rick's US Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?